Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, gathered again for day 2 of our Artificial Intelligence in Action Forum 2022. So, good morning, San Jose and the United States. Good afternoon, Athens. Good afternoon, Capri. Good morning and afternoon to our viewers worldwide. And what an outpour of positive remarks day 1 has brought. When we embarked on our Artificial Intelligence in Action initiative, we truly thought we were on the right side of the scientifically and technologically historical moments. And then, while trying to put all this 3-day forum in place over the past months, there were times, truth be told, when we lost the forest for the trees, in thinking that perhaps we had overstepped what the scientific community and the public was seeking out in such a discourse. But the incredible and positive feedback we received at the conclusion of the day yesterday from all speakers alike, in addition to the actual audience participation, has brought our vision and the forest firmly back inside. We really thought then, and think now even more, that the dialogue we have initiated needs to progress even faster and deeper. Issues discussed yesterday, such as accountability, transparency, privacy, and diversity, as these relate to artificial intelligence, amongst many more issues, need to be addressed now. We are used to using these terms quite frivolously in our everyday lives and our capacity as human beings, but the time has come now to transfer this terminology into the artificial intelligence sphere. Oddly enough, this is a must if we are to elevate the human side of our lives and not have artificial intelligence overtake us. So we thank all speakers who contributed their ideas, but most importantly, their passion yesterday, and we welcome the continuation of this intense discourse today and tomorrow. At the end of the day, can we turn artificial intelligence into something intelligently artificial and then help it serve human needs even more profoundly? Let's see what's in store. Thank you for joining.
Good morning, everybody from California. Thank you, Despina. We're excited for day 2. Again, 2022 Forum, Democratizing the Power of Artificial Intelligence, again, powered by Artificial Intelligence in Action, with emphasis on the action part. We're really excited in reflecting on day 1's participants' presentations and panelists, the feedback and the discourse, discussion, and dialogues on the social media and our platforms has been really impressive. I believe we steered the path and we got the right discussions going on as it should be. But today, we're going to have an even more exciting day. We're going to look at AI and its implications in conjunction with the environment, human capital, the metaverse, supply chain, security, and intelligence. And Silicon Valley will be in attendance. My co-chair, Marcus Murbach, will make additional comments, and we'll pass on the baton to Athens to continue the event today. Over. Mark.
Good morning, good evening, everybody. I thought it was a very splendid occasion yesterday.
Oh, come on. It seems that we have an internet connection problem with San Jose and Mr. Mark Murbach. We go on with our program, and we will have the opportunity to connect with Mark in later during the day today. Over.
Good morning. Am I speaking? Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
You
I
managed.
thought I missed my chance. Good morning. Good evening, everybody. Sorry for the slight glitch. Again, my comment was this is a splendid conversation yesterday. I thought it was a very good balance of ethics, legal, technological aspects of all of our conversations. And again, what we're addressing firmly is how technology is outpacing governance, and that's what we're firmly addressing in this forum. And I'm very honored to be part of it. So back to you, Despina.
So here we are again, and we have a lot of things to discuss today. We have a full program ahead of us. I hope at the end of the day we feel as content and full of new ideas and dialogue, quality dialogue, as we did yesterday. So let's start right away. Let's pass to the AI and the environment session, the first session of our program today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, also depending on where you are geographically. It is my pleasure to start the day today with the subject of protecting the environment through the use of artificial intelligence. And it is equally my pleasure to have in our company Professor Costas Synolakis, who has so many credentials and experience, both academic and practical, to offer on the subject. Professor Synolakis is a member of the Academy of Athens, president of Athens College, professor of civil, environmental, and aerospace engineering at the University of Southern California, chairman of the Scientific Committee on Climate Change for Greece, international expert on natural hazards, an all-round experience for the very subject we are about to discuss this morning. So please please welcome Professor Synolakis. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's extreme weather patterns in Europe and in Greece that are causing some minor glitches with our artificial intelligence and systems. So it makes our current discussion on the environment even more relevant and pertinent. And I think Professor Synolakis is about to join us. Please excuse us momentarily while we try to sort the issue out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be making a bit of a reshuffle, and we're going to first be addressing the issue of AI and its impact on the human capital, and then we will return with our discussion with Professor Synolakis. So apologies for this minor glitch, and we see each other shortly. Thank you.
Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change, was famously said by Stephen Hawking. I can tell from professional experience that HR departments of either large or smaller corporations are acting very intelligently. Currently, most HR departments have already invested or are extending to automate the full cycle of employee-related processes. For HR managers, artificial intelligence opens the path to productivity and time efficiency, providing an enhanced employee experience, which is so much needed, especially much more during these times. Glad to be part of the Artificial Intelligence in Action non-profit organization in this forum today. I would like to take the opportunity to bring up some thoughts and considerations on how AI could be influencing how we do human capital management within corporations. The latest research of 2022 by the Society of Human Resource Management shows that nearly 1 in 4 organizations report using automation or artificial intelligence to support HR-related activities, including recruitment and hiring. AI relieves HR departments of their administrative, repetitive, and time-consuming tasks, freeing the time of HR staff and the managers for other more complex and demanding work. For this case, as an example, imagine virtual assistants, chatbots responding automatically to administrative nature questions asked by employees that may want, for example, change of benefits or requesting time off or something like that. Another field, though, that AI has shown its great strengths is recruitment. It can be used to simplify the search for candidates, filter through and manage applications, and identify profiles that meet the selection criteria for an open position. AI is indeed beneficial in quickly generating applications, in identifying skills that otherwise would have not been taken into account in a traditional approach, and in such a way provides support in matching very well the candidates for multiple and perhaps different openings that you might have. At the same time, criticism has been heard in the past when cases have been made known of buyers sneakily getting into the process, prioritizing specific traits of candidates in comparison to others. As if this doesn't happen when AI is not involved. Further, to the area of talent acquisition, AI supports personalized learning that involves a shift from acquiring business skills to customizing career paths for the individual. With the introduction of learning analytics and data for tracking the learning modes, suggestions for skills development are now tailor-made to the individual learning modes of each individual employee. This AI capacity facilitates offering to the employees opportunities for internal mobility based on their skills, based on their career preferences, and at the same time matched to the different options that are available within the company. As a result, a massive amount of value is added to the sustainability of the company's operations because it ensures succession planning for key roles. And at the same time, it provides motivating career progressions to the individuals, keeping them, retaining them for the company. This is an additional important area that AI offers a lot of value, and that is employee engagement and retention. AI through chatbot exchanges could identify trends of employees' dissatisfaction, locating in such a way the employees who are at risk of resigning. While at the same time, this offers a better understanding of the socialization influencing factors at the workplace. In this manner, HR and the people managers can have indicators that show the strengths and weaknesses of the workplace culture within the teams, while preserving the anonymity of employees. AI is supporting employee engagement in multiple ways, even during onboarding, when, for example, chatbots are used to address new hire queries. Despite the many benefits, there are constraints in the use of AI. Some of them could be raised for the certain use of data due to the regulatory framework. Take, for example, GDPR in Europe. But also due to the quality of the data, which might not always be adequate for the decision that artificial intelligence is called to make. Let alone that the technology now allows for an accumulation of huge loads of data that calls for an answer on how this is best translated into conclusions and how we can ensure the ethical use of this data. Some considerations come to mind when you bring AI on board your own organizational transformation. Society as a whole has a lot of bias. What if these flows get into the algorithmic governance of AI? Is there a risk that automation could jeopardize the vitality of innovation within corporations, which is so much needed in the today business environment that requires inventiveness and agility? The ultimate solution is to combine the offerings of AI in a way that will be integrated with the human element. AI is here to disrupt HR in a positive way by paving the path to more strategic work and opening the door to the much needed thought leadership within corporations. As we are embracing AI for its great benefits, there are questions to be addressed by the HR departments. How can we really maximize the value of AI? How can we do this in the best direction possible? Are there any cautions, and what is the preparedness required for them? Putting an AI-supported program or app in practice cannot become a solution if it doesn't integrate to the company's distinct ecosystem. For this, when implementing HR solutions, take the time to have an organizational design perspective, review your processes, and ensure the strategic aspect that is required and the structure to go about it. I would like to continue our discussion today with someone that knows AI very well. Our speaker today is the CEO of Bryq.
Professor Synolakis, can you hear me? Professor Synolakis, can you hear me? Professor Synolakis, can you hear me? Professor Synolakis, do you receive us? There we go. I think we've established.
There you are.
We've established a successful connection. So thank you for joining us. Apologies for the small glitch. I think extreme weather patterns affected our connection. So, or at least we can attribute it to that, so that we introduce our topic a lot faster. We've already introduced your credentials to our general public, and I've highlighted your very, academic but practical experience in all these matters that we will try to briefly contemplate today. So I guess let's cut into the gist of it immediately. We are already experiencing our first warm extreme weather patterns in northern and central Europe, and they are coming towards the Mediterranean now. So I guess the relevant question is to ask, what in your opinion is it that artificial intelligence can do to help us tame these extreme weather patterns, predict them and deal with them?
Well, you've said it right in both cases. The one thing that AI does for us is better and more focused weather predictions. It's not just the long-range predictions of climate where AI can help us with extreme events, but in the short-range predictions, AI can deal with a lot of the uncertainties that are inherent in weather models. So AI can give us a range of weather scenarios, in the near term. I mean, for example, when I'm saying near term, I mean, weather predictions are fairly good when it comes to a day, 2 days, 3 days. I mean, if you go further down, the weather predictions are like the weather. I mean, they're not, they tend to become less reliable. AI can help us dramatically reduce the uncertainty in these, short-term predictions. I mean, meaning the ones that are beyond 1 or 2 or 3 or
so
3
short-term
days.
would be hours. Short-term would be hours we're talking about.
In terms of hours, our weather models are doing fairly well, but where AI is particularly helpful is it comes to, if it comes down to hours, is in terms of increasing the resolution. Meaning, if you have models that they need to, and if you want to have information that's within, let's say, 100 meters, 500 meters, a kilometer, real-time predictions. These are best done with systems that are trained with AI, because our weather models as such are not going to be as useful in having very, very high resolution output. So AI in this environment, and there's another aspect that I want to bring up. AI here helps us both in the bracketing better the medium range, short-term to medium range predictions. In Rhodos, and you want to know exactly at that location what's going to be the rainfall, because the extreme rainfall, because you may want to close the bridge. There is a particular bridge from Rhodos that goes from the airport to town. So it's extremely important, as an example, to know locally what are going to be the effects, the weather effects within not just. Sometimes it's a question of minutes, not just hours. AI can be very helpful there.
And how far?
Sorry. Sorry,
No,
Angelo.
my question is
Another
how
part
far
that AI is particularly useful is to acquaint homeowners and people and civil defense how things are going to look like in the future. I have been in many disasters. For example, you visit an area that was hit by a hurricane in Florida. In that location, if the hurricane passes through an area that had not been hit by a hurricane before, people have hard time imagining what is going to be the local conditions at their home. And I have seen people who do not evacuate, they choose not to evacuate. What the conditions are going to be like during the hurricane. So AI is particularly helpful in creating almost like a virtual reality, different scenarios, so that people can know what it's going to look like in their home, particularly where their home is, and what will happen if when the extreme event comes in. Plus, it's going to help them, again, local conditions, exactly where their house is, see what's going to happen under different scenarios in 20, 30, 40 years. So in terms of predicting extreme events, AI is helpful in both of these ways. A, in the prediction, B, in helping the emergency managers and homeowners and citizens understand visually the consequence of climate change down the line.
which I think is the practical elements to that, of course, are extremely helpful. How advanced are we in creating these models and getting to the artificial intelligence part of it per se?
We're not. This is an extremely good question. It's always difficult to predict the future before it happens. I think for some applications, when we're very close, we can have artificial reality, and we can visualize what's going to happen with a flood, with an extreme flood in a hurricane, or even we can show what's going to happen in a building during an earthquake. The question is parameterizing this and creating all these different scenarios and trying to see what will happen. This is unknown, but in my view, we're talking about the scale for something that is within reach, within a decade, 2 decades max. But I think within a decade, we're going to have really fantastic tools to be able to
results.
Visualize these effects of extreme weather.
Tangible results, great. That's very promising, and the practical extent of that is even more promising. I know you're under a tight schedule, so let's shift into another very important part of our discussion, and that's artificial intelligence and net zero. Net zero at a time when we are pretty much facing an energy crisis. Europe has already started discussions on possibly rationing the use of fuels. We're trying to already use energy during the summer that we would have been using energy resources for the winter. So, of course, this is wreaking havoc with the markets, people, governments. So what does AI have to offer in terms of this discussion and net zero, which is the ultimate goal, which might, I guess, be delayed?
Okay. AI, first of all, to be able to get to net zero, you have to be able to measure things. What does net zero mean? Net zero emissions. So it means both reducing emissions and carbon sequestration. Carbon sequestration means absorbing whatever carbon dioxide and whatever emissions we cannot really get to zero, so that the net is zero. AI, and there are different companies around the world that are really moving very, very fast here, are making tremendous progress in making better estimates as to what we call the carbon footprint, which means what are the specific emissions from different activities. For example, there are companies that offer what are called carbon trackers that they use AI to really compute to a fairly high degree of accuracy what are the carbon emissions from a particular activity. I mean, buildings is one example. What happens in buildings? I mean, we know that close to, some estimates range up to a third of the CO2 emissions come out because of buildings, meaning heating, cooling, and everything that's associated. I mean, buildings. So how can we go and reduce that? First of all, we have to know what the impact is. We have to be able to measure it, so we're able to reduce it. So AI systems are right now being developed that will watch and monitor buildings. I mean, they're more into monitoring and then estimating, we hope, with a fairly good accuracy, what are the carbon emissions, for example, from buildings. And then once that is in place, then you can have, again, based on AI, you can decide on how to set thermostats, how to do distribute the occupancy of buildings. All of these things is not as far-fetched as it sounds. Already there are systems that adjust room temperatures depending on how many occupants there are in the room. But it is beyond that. I mean, carbon tracking is a huge business, and it's primarily based on AI, because we need better measurements. We need more accurate measurements. The same thing goes into space. There are other sort of carbon tracking type of firms that what they are working with is better interpretation of satellite data. So you look at satellite data, and you get an image. Now, how do you interpret little shades that are there all over the place, etc.? That basically what they mean is that you may have clouds, you may have vapor, you may have emissions. How can you make best use of satellite imagery? Their AI is being implemented. There is, I believe, there is a company in India that is really, doing, very strong on this. But there are other. This is being tried both in universities, in companies, because it's really big, trying to get better, not just weather, Earth observations from space based on AI.
And then translate these into practical uses in our everyday life. So, Professor Synolakis, thank you for your patience. I know you are on an extremely tight schedule today, but your input is extremely valuable. In 2023, we'll be able to advance this discussion even further. Thank you so much for being with us. And let's see what's in store through AI in the environment.
Thank you very much, Angelo, for this great opportunity to discuss things with you. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change, was famously said by Stephen Hawking. I can tell from professional experience that HR departments of either large or smaller corporations are acting very intelligently. Currently, most HR departments have already invested or are extensively investing in technology in an effort to automate the full cycle of employee-related processes. For HR managers, artificial intelligence opens the path to productivity and time efficiency, providing an enhanced employee experience, which is so much needed, especially much more during these times. Glad to be part of the Artificial Intelligence in Action non-profit organization in this forum today. I would like to take the opportunity to bring up some thoughts and considerations on how AI could be influencing how we do human capital management within corporations. The latest research of 2022 by the Society of Human Resource Management shows that nearly 1 in 4 organizations report using automation or artificial intelligence to support HR-related activities, including recruitment and hiring. AI relieves HR departments of their administrative, repetitive, and time-consuming tasks, freeing the time of HR staff and the managers for other more complex and demanding work. For this case, as an example, imagine virtual assistants, chatbots responding automatically to administrative nature questions asked by employees that may want, for example, change of benefits or requesting time off or something like that. Another field, though, that AI has shown its great strengths is recruitment. It can be used to simplify the search for candidates, filter through and manage applications, and identify profiles that meet the selection criteria for an open position. AI is indeed beneficial in quickly generating applications, in identifying skills that otherwise would have not been taken into account in a traditional approach, and in such a way provides support in matching very well the candidates for multiple and perhaps different openings that you might have. At the same time, criticism has been heard in the past when cases have been made known of buyers sneakily getting into the process, prioritizing specific traits of candidates in comparison to others. As if this doesn't happen when AI is not involved. Further, to the area of talent acquisition, AI supports personalized learning that involves a shift from acquiring business skills to customizing career paths for the individual. With the introduction of learning analytics and data for tracking the learning modes, suggestions for skills development are now tailor-made to the individual learning modes of each individual employee. This AI capacity facilitates offering to the employees opportunities for internal mobility based on their skills, based on their career preferences, and at the same time matched to the different options that are available within the company. As a result, a massive amount of value is added to the sustainability of the company's operations because it ensures succession planning for key roles. And at the same time, it provides motivating career progressions to the individuals, keeping them, retaining them for the company. This is an additional important area that AI offers a lot of value, and that is employee engagement and retention. AI through chatbot exchanges could identify trends of employees' dissatisfaction, locating in such a way the employees who are at risk of resigning. While at the same time, this offers a better understanding of the socialization influencing factors at the workplace. In this manner, HR and the people managers can have indicators that show the strengths and weaknesses of the workplace culture within the teams, while preserving the anonymity of employees. AI is supporting employee engagement in multiple ways, even during onboarding, when, for example, chatbots are used to address new hire queries. Despite the many benefits, there are constraints in the use of AI. Some of them could be raised for the certain use of data due to the regulatory framework. Take, for example, GDPR in Europe. but also due to the quality of the data, which might not always be adequate for the decision that artificial intelligence is called to make. Let alone that the technology now allows for an accumulation of huge loads of data that calls for an answer on how this is best translated into conclusions and how we can ensure the ethical use of this data. Some considerations come to mind when you bring AI on board your own organizational transformation. Society as a whole has a lot of bias. What if these flows get into the algorithmic governance of AI? Is there a risk that automation could jeopardize the vitality of innovation within corporations, which is so much needed in the today business environment that requires inventiveness and agility? The ultimate solution is to combine the offerings of AI in a way that will be integrated with the human element. AI is here to disrupt HR in a positive way by paving the path to more strategic work and opening the door to the much needed thought leadership within corporations. As we are embracing AI for its great benefits, there are questions to be addressed by the HR departments. How can we really maximize the value of AI? How can we do this in the best direction possible? Are there any cautions, and what is the preparedness required for them? Putting an AI-supported program or app in practice cannot become a solution if it doesn't integrate to the company's distinct ecosystem. For this, when implementing HR solutions, take the time to have an organizational design perspective, review your processes, and ensure the strategic aspect that is required and the structure to go about it. I would like to continue our discussion today with someone that knows AI very well. Our speaker today is the CEO of Bryq, Angelos. Angelos is passionate with technology and a computer scientist, now the CEO of Bryq, a US and European-based company, which is a talent intelligence platform that transforms HR decision-making in hiring, growing, and retaining talent based on objective data. Angelos, take it away.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Anna. It's a pleasure to be here today. And you know, there is no topic that I love more than AI, especially in the context of human resources. Is it good or bad? Let me tell you a few of my thoughts, but before I do that, I'd love to introduce my company, Bryq, and what we do. So Bryq is a talent intelligence platform. What we are doing is that we're essentially a decision support system. We're trying to help HR practitioners and hiring managers and sometimes CEOs to make better decisions, not only in hiring, but also in growing and retaining talent. It's very important to make sure that we think about the talent holistically throughout the full talent life cycle, not just piecemeal when we hire or when we promote or whatever. As a company, we've been around since 2017. We're now 31 people. That's a small startup still, but we have over 150 customers all around the world. It makes us very happy. We've processed over 1 million candidates for the same customers, and we're a remote-first organization, which means that we have headquarters in Athens, Greece, and also in St. Petersburg, Florida. Some of our customers are companies like Ernst & Young, EY, Deliveroo, Gameloft, Tech, SaltPay. You can see that there are a lot of hyper-growth startups and some companies that are really, really large, like Teleperformance. They all face the same talent challenges. I have a couple of awards here, mostly because we like the awards. They're a great recognition of what we are doing, but it's also an indication that in a sea full of HR solutions, you have to find the ones that actually work. And we were lucky enough to be recognized by, for example, Lighthouse for our DE&I contribution as the best DE&I enabling solution, but also from Fosway Analysts as being a potential challenger in the 9 box for talent acquisition solution. and by other people like Viewpoint Analysis and the HR Technology Guide. So we are one of those up-and-coming solutions, and we're very happy when people recognize that we do create the future of work. So the first challenge when we're looking at AI, and before I jump into, AI this and AI that, is what we're trying to apply AI on. A lot of times we like to think of AI as magic, pixie, fairy dust. We'll sprinkle it on anything, we'll give it a bucket of data, dirty data usually, we'll sprinkle some AI on top, and then all of a sudden we're going to have something amazing that works and has no bias, answers all the questions. It doesn't work that way. You should think of AI as a person, right? If I show a person the right process and I tell them how to do it, they can do it consistently and effectively, and AI can do this in very little time and with very little cost. If I give my AI, or person for that matter, a broken process that has known weaknesses and doesn't work, they can only do so well, right? They'll do exactly what I tell them, but they're still gonna fail my objectives. Why am I saying this? A lot of our hiring today and other decisions are based all around experience and skills. And I have this nice diagram here that I love. You can probably see it here on the left. It comes from a really nice article from HBR and actually reflects more or less the knowledge stand of industrial organizational psychology today. And what that tells us is that when we're looking at someone and we're trying to figure out how they would perform in a role, we usually rely on experience, what's in resumes. I'm going to skip the fact that resumes are not usually representative. You can claim anything in your resume. But even if they were, resumes have a very low correlation with how well you're going to do in a role. Once you realize that, you're saying, okay, so my current system is broken. It doesn't matter how much AI I'm going to apply on resume screening, it's still not going to work. What are my alternatives? And you have a number of alternatives there, integrity test, EI tests, and so on and so forth. Turns out that multi-measure tests, a combination of cognitive and personality, is what gives us the biggest predictive ability. We also should emphasize at this point, doesn't mean perfect. It goes very high up, 0.71%, almost 6 times better than resumes themselves, but it's still an imperfect solution. So there is no silver bullet in hiring. There are decision support systems like ours that are going to help you make better and faster decisions. You have to make them. Now, this is one framework, and of course, there are a bunch of other frameworks in industrial organizational psychology, like the Holland codes about vocational choices in career consulting, the 16PF about understanding personality reliably. And a lot of times people will come and say, we've been using, whenever they hear the number 16, we've been using it as well. We use Myers-Briggs. 16 personality factors and Myers-Briggs are not the same thing. And there are tools that you should use and are very reliable and well constructed, and others that you shouldn't. So with that in mind, now we have a solid foundation. We say, if I want to predict performance, if I want to understand internal mobility, if I want to understand upwards mobility, career choices, industrial organizational psychology give me all these tools. And by the way, none of them are your resume. So this is where we come in and we say, okay, so we created an assessment. We'll go and we'll gather that data that science tells us are the best predictors, and we'll get them. And that's one part of the problem. So the other part is, do you have your own data? Do we know how people actually work? Do we have performance data? People do not work in isolation. So I don't have units that are, in small boxes. It's people who are in teams and teams who are in countries and so on and so forth. So let me understand how these people are organized, because that actually plays a role in how my people are going to interact. And let me look at all that data. Let me combine that with psychometric data. And this is something that we know how to do. We have IO that tells us all about these items. It's also extremely difficult because it requires trained IO psychologists, it requires data scientists, and it's no small amount of work. Believe me, we've been doing this for a while. So this is the time when you say, okay, this is an application area for AI. It's an application area for machine learning. Now that I have a process that I know how it works, I know the data, I can control the quality of the inputs, I can teach a machine to do it better and faster. And this is where our own AI, our own machine learning algorithms come. We combine all these things, and you see on the right side the 5 application areas. We use them in talent acquisition. How? We're gonna throw in a job description. We're gonna parse the job description, much like an IO psychology would do with our AI, and we're gonna propose the ideal candidate profile. That's a huge step forward. Not every organization can afford an army of IO psychologists to do that work. Now AI can do that for you. Then we're gonna go and we're gonna look into the candidates. They're gonna come tons of candidates. We're gonna use the same measures for all of them. We're gonna combine that with our ideal candidate profile, and we're gonna rank them. We're gonna rank them how? In a way that promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion, because everyone gets a fair chance. And it doesn't matter their age, their race, or their gender, they're all gonna get equally treated. It doesn't stop there though, right? One of our most exciting areas of application is culture. We're going to companies, we're working with them, we're understanding and we're codifying their culture in a way that it can be measured. And then we can apply this to both internal and external candidates. This is so powerful because for the first time, I can look at 10 candidates and say, okay, all these 10 people, they fulfill my criteria. Well, if you're really lucky, you get 10. All these 3 people fulfill my criteria for hiring. And now from these 3 people, I will not choose randomly, or the one who went to the same university as I did, University of Washington, by the way, go Huskies. Instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and look which person has the most affinity to my culture. Or conversely, someone I'm gonna know the team's culture. And I'm gonna say, this team is suffering and we need someone who's gonna have, I don't know, more of a bias to action. Let's hire that person who's gonna come in and complement that team. These are things that you simply couldn't do before you had access to this objective data, before you had access to an AI that makes it all easy for you to use. And while hiring and bringing new people into an organization is important, it's way more important to do what's right with the people that you already have. Typical organizations and the organizations that we work here are sometimes 5,000, sometimes 50,000, sometimes 500,000 people. And they'll hire, a few thousand people a year, but we want to make sure that they make the most of the people they already have, not the few ones that they're going to add to their teams. And this is when we go into our 3 other areas: talent insights, talent matching, and talent development. Insights is really helping you understand, how are my people? How can I use them best? Which are the ones that are underutilized? Which are the ones that are getting fatigued and they're probably going to be churning anytime because they're not a good match for where they are? Talent matching is figuring out where in my organization is the best position for a person. Is it where they are? Is it someplace else? And talent development is once you figure out the career path for someone, what are the things that you can help them to get them there? We're not an L&D system, but it's important that you give the right input into your L&D systems so that the L&D systems can do what's required. I'll give you just a few examples of that. I don't want to tire you. And this is talent matching. The internal mobility is one of our favorite areas of application. And this is an actual example from our customer. Our customer is a call center. And what they're doing is they have a lot of teams. And as they usually are in call centers, all these teams are agents. Their job descriptions are effectively identical. So they were saying, we're having a challenge. We're having a churn that is almost 10% a month. 10% a month means 120% a year. How can we reduce it? Are my people fungible? Can I just move them here and there? Then we did an analysis. We did exactly what I showed you. We combined their data with our psychometrics and ran them through our AI. And the AI came back and said, look, not every team is the same. These people are working side by side, but they're very different drivers of what makes them successful in their role. So we looked here on the left, this is team A, and on the right is team B. We looked at people who are in team A, and you can see, for example, employee D. He has a low predicted performance and a low actual performance. However, if I match that employee to another team, I see that the predicted performance is way higher. So what we're essentially saying is that all those people that you have and you sometimes think they are bad hires and they shouldn't have been there, maybe they're just in the wrong place. Of course, someone will say, oh, you know what? It's not always call center agents that don't have 10 teams of people with identical job descriptions. it doesn't have to be identical job descriptions. Sometimes it's moving one person from dev to QA. Sometimes it's taking a person from marketing and taking them into performance marketing because this is what works best for them, or vice versa. All these are areas that appear similar on paper, but in reality are quite different. And there are, of course, my favorite scenarios, which are lateral moves. When I take a person who's now a dev, and I said that, look, the best career move for this person would probably be to become a salesperson. This is not the traditional career trajectories that we're used to, right? Where you study something and you have like a small tree of potential careers opening up ahead of you. Now, based on who you are, you can look at a whole host of potential and be the best of what you can be. So we talked a bit about the 9-box, and here's a great way to visualize your talent you already have. 2 simple axes. Horizontally, we see actual performance. Vertically, we see the Bryq score, or otherwise the predicted performance. And you can immediately see the clusters of people. People who are stars, the people that you love, who are happy where they are and performing well. People who are not performing well, but they have a lot of potential, your gems. And people who are solid performance, but they're not probably very happy because they're not a great match. So these are the people that you'd lose, and you'd lose someone who's a great performer. Maybe you want to keep them. Maybe you want to consider another placement that's going to work better for them. And the same with all the people who are in these core 4 quadrants. People who you would consider how to move them ahead. Maybe you'll move them within this role. Maybe you'll train them. Or maybe you'll find another team where they would be a better fit. But now it's way easier to visualize and way easier to understand the kind of talent that you have. I mentioned culture, and I just love this little diagram, so I wanted to share it with you. Understanding culture and your people is more important than ever, especially now that our teams are becoming remote and our organizations are multinational. We're a small team of 30 people. We are across 3 continents. We have people in Greece, we have people in the UK, and we have people in the US and Canada. And we're not stopping there, right? If my next best hire is someone who resides in, I don't know, the Philippines or Japan, I wouldn't hesitate to hire them. But at the same time, I want to understand that they're all following the same basic principles. We all have a common goal. And this is where the cultural match is becoming more important than ever. This is a simple display from one of our other customers that shows their 3 teams across different continents and how they're different. They've been hired theoretically by the same teams. They've been presented the same items, but you can see that there are substantial differences in these 4 areas that we measure for the specific customer between, say, the Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. These are the kind of things that once you grasp, once you understand that you can look at them, you can quantify them, you know that you can do better. Because at the end of the day, we always say that you cannot optimize what you cannot measure. And by allowing you to measure all these items, you can optimize and you can do better. You've seen a few things that we do at Bryq, and more importantly, you've seen how AI can be an ally. It can greatly make things faster, greatly make things easier for you, as long as it's applied properly. So sometimes the question is about ethical AI, and it's the same question as saying, are all people ethical? No, some people are ethical, some people are unethical. It's not much different for an AI. It depends on how we create them. So thank you very much. And with that, I want to go back to Anna, if she's ready for us.
Hearing all this about AI, is using it in the recruiting and hiring process finally ethical? And what could ensure this? Since we have the opportunity to have Angelos, technology passionate and a computer scientist specialized in AI, let's have your opinion on that, Angelos.
Thank you very much. And you know that this is one of my favorite questions, Anna. It's not an easy one to answer, though. So let me give you some of my thoughts, and I'd love to hear your take on them. It all starts with the definition of ethical, right? And ethical is really a moving bar. What was ethical in hiring 50 years ago definitely isn't ethical today. And we can be very sure of that. Hey, sometimes I think that what was ethical last year is no longer ethical, and that's probably a good sign of progress. But the society moves, and what we consider ethical as a whole, as a civilization, if you like, moves really fast, and I'm really happy to say that. I don't think the same applies to our processes. So, the moving standard is there and we know what should happen today, but we're still using processes that were created best 10 years ago, sometimes even older. So remember that a process is a consistent way of applying things. So to make sure that we don't get different results every time. If we don't have a process that in itself works, then we can't have the result that we want. And then goes the question about, but is AI going to fix all that and make it ethical? AI, at least as of today, and the latest that we know, is not magic. So it's not sentient, and I think you're going to have a discussion about AI being sentient or not. To the best of our knowledge, it's not sentient, and it cannot solve the problems by itself. What it can do is learn, but it learns from what we tell our AI. So we teach the AI, here are the things, here's how we do it, here's our process, and then the AI is great at applying this en masse, applying it fast, and by the way, applying it error-free, where I, as a person, have bias, and I'm always going to prefer people who are probably my race, or people who somehow, you've seen all the work on unconscious bias, right? We all have this friend or foe reflex. So I'm going to look at Anna, and it's someone who kind of fits into my group of people that I like, and immediately I have a friend reflex for you. So that makes me being positively predisposed to you. Whereas I see someone else and I have a foe reflex. This is not something that I can remove from myself. An AI, though, has the luxury to consistently perform what we tell it without having this kind of biases, unless we build the biases into the process. So to answer the question, can an AI be ethical? Sure, it can. We just have to create it in a way that's ethical. And we shouldn't rest into our laurels. If I create something that's ethical today, I need to monitor it, making sure that the output remains ethical based on what I created it with, and make sure that it's still ethical based on what the prevailing circumstances are today. This was a long-winded answer. I hope that this gives you some point of view. What do you think?
Well, I believe the way that you very much said it, it's the way to go about it, only because it's not really the system itself, the app, the artificial intelligence that we do the work from A to Z. It needs to be, first of all, the strategic perspective there. What you want to achieve with any system, the same way with AI, what you really want to achieve. And does this really serve your strategy? You set out your strategy and then you go out and you set out the process that will very much fulfill the strategy. And as you say, this is evolving. So if I, as a company, I want very much to ensure that I have the diverse and inclusive work environment that will embrace the skills and abilities of the people and will allow them to flourish, this needs to be translated in the way that I do the process. This needs to be translated in the experience that people have going through that process. AI is going to be there in order to serve that, but cannot change it. So I'm very much aligned towards that. And that's why I'm saying that it's not the machines themselves that they can do the job. It's only the integration of the human factor with the machine that will do the job.
That's so right. And because the AI is mighty, right? It can do things that we sometimes as people, we look at it and we are awed at its ability to do things that we as individuals couldn't do. And we tend to overtrust it, but we forget one important item. The AI is a tool. And like any tool, you said it so correctly. I have a hammer. This doesn't mean that I can build a house. I need the blueprint. I need materials, blah, 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 all those things. And then I need the hammer to build the house, but I don't rely on the hammer to do everything. So the same thing is with AI. It's a tool. It should be in our arsenal. It can help and expedite so many things that would be hard to do. And why is this important? This is important because our HR needs, and this was so much proven in the recent years, right? We've seen HR people becoming the unsung heroes, really, and keeping the world together. We're only here because HR departments could rise to the occasion and keep companies and us collectively working. There are so many other areas that we need to work on to create the environment that will all move forward collectively. So this is a tool that people must have, but they also must not over-rely on it. The AI will give suggestions and will give percentages and will try a number of things, and they're all very valid in context. You should never look at them out of context. What comes out is not an answer. It's one data point. If you forget that it's one data point and you rely only on it, it's the same as relying on any data point, right? If you make decisions just based on profit, this is not good for a company. If you make decisions just based on what the AI says, this is also not going to be good for the company.
I like the analogy of building the house because it really shows very graphically what is needed over there to happen. And I like the analogy of the blueprint with strategy because I have experienced that this is sometimes a little bit the missing block, starting really to do things without having the blueprint ready. And this is the thing that will ensure that all these wonderful things that can come out of artificial intelligence can be targeted to where the business wants to go. Because if you really are in absence of a blueprint on how you deal with your human capital, then you don't know how to connect human capital management very well to the business operations, to the business very much aspirations. And that is a great analogy. Love that. So let me take us. Oh yes, please
No, go ahead. I can belabor that point for another half an hour. So
I'm sure. So I wanted very much to take us to another very important element that comes up again and again. What are really your suggestions on mitigating the risks of AI, especially more on the ones coming from bias?
So that's a great question. And the first thing that we need to think, there are a couple of elements to this, but the first element is really making sure that we apply all the checks and balances that we already have, regardless of the system used. So whether it's people, and we measure the effectiveness and how unbiased they are, or whether it's AI, we should make sure that everything that's in place works. And it's not easy. The simplest test I can think of is the 4/5 rule in minority into your hiring. A lot of companies would find it challenging if they actually measure that. And remember, you cannot optimize what you cannot measure. They would find out that they may be failing the 4/5 rule. And the same thing should be applied with the AI. And by the way, here's an opportunity. Let me find the proper system that when implemented, is going to help me do better. It's going to improve my current performance, and it's going to get me to a level where I pass the 4/5 rule and anything else that comes up. So one part is using the right way to measure. And the second thing is making sure that I use the right things and the right tools. Again, we're talking before the analogy of the house, right? If I try to build a house with a hammer, it's going to help. If I try to build a house with a chainsaw, not as much. And what I mean by that is that there was one vendor a while ago who was trying to extract personality out of videos. And there was no solid scientific foundation behind that, right? So it's a challenge. If then the data stream that goes into all that decision making is in itself biased because they've trained the system on white people or black people or Indians or whatever, then the whole chain becomes biased. It's one of the main principles in big data, and I love it because it sounds very catchy. It's GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. If what I put into the system to make decisions is not representative, it's going to affect the whole chain. And by the way, the error is going to be exacerbated as more and more data builds upon that. So by making sure that I use processes that are proven, that have solid science behind them, and then I put in on layer on AI on top of them. Why? Because I want to take time-prone tasks, time-consuming tasks, and error-prone tasks away from people and automate them in a way that makes sense for all. That's how I'm building to a better future. And remember, people have biases, and even when you give them a process, they always apply their bias. The AIs have a luxury to operate only on the data that they're given. This is good and bad. They ignore context, and they can't make exceptions. It's good because they ignore context. So the AI cannot say, oh, I have a preference for tall people. I don't even have that information. So by feeding the right data in and removing a lot of those that could lead to bias, we're building a system that is easier to control. It cannot it cannot discriminate based on a number of things that we as people cannot not see.
Yeah. I still bring another aspect by what you're saying, the aspect of consistency, doing things in a consistent way without betraying, let's say, the principles that you very much have as a company. And that is also very much important. Whether we want it or not, as humans, we're not always consistent in things the same way that machine could be. And that creates, first of all, specificity, and second, very much, you serve the vision of the company in a much more holistic and complete way. I would like to say that bias is very much sneaking in things that we do as humans. I mean, we can't avoid it. I mean, we are growing, getting better into that, into realizing the things that sometimes slip our tongue without us realizing. We get better into that, but machine is already there. And if really programmed well, from what I hear, it can do the job well, and that is a success. So I would like very much to thank you for sharing your passion with us. But most important, within the context of this discussion, your knowledge on how things can get better. So
it's a pleasure. It was a pleasure talking about one of my favorite topics. And I do understand the challenge of most HR practitioners, and a lot of our customers, they come to us and they need reassurance that they're doing the right thing. People always start from the right place, right? They want to improve the process. They want to do better. They want to do better for the employees. They want to do better in diversity. They want to remove their own bias. But it's not an easy question to answer, right? So one thing is to select vendors that are reliable and great, but that's a very tough question to answer. And the second one is to remember that in any system, you still should keep an overview, and you should occasionally question results, just to make sure that you're not over-relying on something that occasionally will fail, and everything will occasionally fail, right? Do I need to mention the Titanic? There is failure that's not anticipated. There's always going to be a black swan into something that we didn't see coming. So using this combination, though, we can do much better, we can do much faster, and we can elevate all our HR practitioners to the next level where they're better, faster, and more efficient.
That was a great saying. And let's close this by saying that having very much a full holistic strategic perspective of getting the big picture before moving into any system, artificial intelligence included, it's something that can really help. You need to go hand in hand by, first of all, your strategy, and second, your systems, and very much healthy processes in order to ensure that everything will work. Nothing is a panacea. It's the human factor that will very much determine how things should be done. Thank you very much, Angelos. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
gentlemen, a very good day and a warm welcome to everyone. My name is Irini Iliadis and I'm a member of a tech group of companies at the ICT division, and today we will act as session chair and moderator for this panel called AI and Metaverse. Before the presentations begins, allow me to introduce you the presenters. Dr. Nikos Bogonikolos, President and CEO of Aratos Group, Dr. Giorgos Patseas, CPO at Aeneas GR, CTO at CXMen, AR, VR, MR, and 3D Reconstruction in Cultural Heritage, and Dr. Sophocles Sotiriou, Director of Research, Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή. Gentlemen, welcome. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our first presenter, Dr. Nikos Bogonikolos. Dr. Nikos Bogonikolos holds a PhD in mathematics, focusing on the application of artificial intelligence in the economy through his presence and business activity in the fields of information technology, space, defense, and security. He is internationally recognized as a leader in innovation. He has a long experience as an advisor to the European Commission, to the European Parliament, as well as to governments of European and other countries. He is the owner of many pioneer patents related to internet technologies, artificial intelligence, and blockchain, both in EU and in the USA, and the writer with extensive research and scientific activity in the fields of experience. Dr. Bogonikolos, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello to everyone. Now, today I have to speak about AI and Metaverse. Metaverse is the new thing, and AI and Metaverse will give birth to the future, whatever that may be. Some basic elements of Metaverse. Metaverse is a multiverse like internet. AI will allow, populate, and sustain the Metaverse. Blockchain technology has a crucial role in the Metaverse. It is important that blockchain is the technology that is the generator of Metaverse, and it is maybe the difference between traditional virtual reality technology or augmented reality and Metaverse. There are 7 layers of Metaverse, and AI will drive further or all 7 of them. It means infrastructure, human interface, decentralization, spatial computing, creator economy, discovery, and experience. The 7 for the Metaverse in the new society. The Metaverse create a decentralized world. It is a decentralized world where users control their own data, and they can use their data with as they want, with security and transparency. Metaverse create based on a smart contract, to use a smart contract to support operations of the virtual marketplaces. And Metaverse identity verification, it's clear because to verify its users' entities, it is maybe to give ID to any in information technology environment. The Metaverse native currency can be used to pay for goods and services. I like to give you 3 very concrete examples of Metaverse, very popular. The one coming from fashion industry, about Gucci. Gucci launched the Gucci Garden experience in 2021 to sell virtual product and sold a digital twin of a Gucci purpose for a higher price than its physical counterpart. Decentraland has been 2021 100,000 real estate transactions growth, USD 110 million in the last year. And the example of sports is very interesting. A football stadium can hold 50 to 60,000 people for a match. A digital twin can allow millions to participate in the sport event while allowing dynamic interactions. 3 examples from the story of Metaverse for space. From NASA, we'll use the Metaverse to build virtual reality scenarios for Mars missions. Space One Industries release NFTs and wearables in Metaverse activate to mine from space. And Studio Kibo and JAXA are preparing spacewalking events around the International Space Station. Fascinating and synergies between artificial intelligence and Metaverse is in the different sectors, in manufacturing, in retail, in healthcare, in smart cities, in traffic. I will give you some examples of synergies between AI and Metaverse. One synergy is in manufacturing. Production line robots or warehouse robots can educated and retraining within a digital twin until they are flows in managing a procedure. Second example can be a retail synergy example. In a Metaverse retail environment, AI can determine which product to present, dynamic user-level personalization, how to present those products, dynamic store layout, number of product facing, and what price or promotion to respective products, user-level price recommendation engine. It is one of the synergy, and we have already examples in supermarkets and other chains. Example from healthcare sector, how artificial intelligence and Metaverse work together. Performance evaluation of a multi-specialty hospital under various criteria and settings. The combination of AI with Metaverse can perform wonders, from directing the proper doctor or caregiver to the right patient to helping frontline employees to direct their energy more efficiency. It is an example that sometimes when have patients in a hospital, all the period that they stay in a hospital is dynamic. For example, during the COVID pandemic period, we know that in hospitals there are not the same behavior from the same patient with the same age, but have different. And then the AI and with Metaverse can create, give the opportunity to give a tool to the whole healthcare ecosystem to adapt according to the personal behavior of each patient. Smart cities. Any new development in a smart city can be recreated in the city's digital twin to access the short and long-term impact on various ecosystems, like traffic, waste management, etc. It is very important for one more reason, not only because of a risk-free simulated assessment of disasters impact, but because in a city, especially in big cities like capitals like Athens or New York or London, it is more difficult to work without a digital twin because there are strictly rules, legislation, and it's not easy to see the differences if change the traffic or if you do different in waste management, etc. Another example is exactly for traffic. Traffic situation may be replaced in the Metaverse, and AI can optimize traffic tactics and determine how traffic should be rerouted to avoid congestions. It is something that now we have the tools, we have the GPS, we have the Google Maps, and sometimes we know that when we have to go to one direction, we change with our smartphone to see if there is a low traffic in another area or in either direction, etc. But using AI can see in a real operation, and especially to organize better the public transportation, for example. Some conclusions that it's most important for this presentation, because in these first two parts I introduce you how the metaverse can create a new society, a new virtual society, and the difference is that metaverse often people can be thinking that it's similar like VR or augmented reality. Of course, can be part of metaverse virtual reality or augmented reality especially. But blockchain technology will definitely provide the backbone of the metaverse. For example, using as backbone of the metaverse, using the NFTs, but also uses the tokens for all these activities. It's exactly the similar thing when starting the e-commerce, that coming from traditional commerce to e-commerce. AI and the metaverse can for sure aid in the resolution of real-world problems with less efforts and less risk, but more serious results. The question is, in which cases we can see the real-world problems. It is like the simulation for training. If you have, for example, in a maritime sector or during wildfires, we can see a lot of problems that we cannot have a forecast like in a real world, because we cannot, for example, destroy or burn some area to see what has happened. With the tools until now, we have like simulator tools, but are tools that cannot give us the opportunity to give to see the real results during a disasters or etc. These kind of problems, or problems like how we can have problems in a hospital during a pandemic crisis like COVID. For example, according to the beds and the capabilities of a hospital. If we have the metaverse option to participate actively, not to be like a passive environment, like a passive simulation, but to be active, for example, doctors have metaverse, digital twin, or nurses. All the staff to work, also administrative staff in a hospital, to work parallel in this digital twin and to be in like a real environment. You can imagine it. It's like need to have a hospital with a capacity of 1,000 patients, and we want to see how we can resolve during a pandemic if we have 2,000 or 5,000. It's a catastrophe. We know that all the countries during the pandemic crisis change our life with different measures, especially because they have not knowledge how they can improve the healthcare system. It's an example. Another example can be exactly for disaster that never can we like to have a real disaster like this, like earthquake. Earthquake, it's something that, for example, unfortunately we have these examples also in Athens, that we don't know the behavior of the buildings or how can work the traffic during, or how work the telecom networks, because in metaverse we can do digital twin for everything, not only for infrastructure, but also for virtual and also for the procedures. It is the important thing that we can have in our mind for how to our AI and metaverse give resolution of real world problems. And because we say about metaverse, but AI give exactly the human behavior interaction, how can do the job, how our mind work. And to give a very simple examples to see the level of AI during our time. We have two parts in our brain. We have the right part and the left part. The right, for example, I'm left-handed, and the right part of our brain work non-linear. The other part work linear. Without AI, we can have computer analysis, statistics to work with big data, but not only in one linear way, like an algorithm that to have behavior linear. And of course, using AI advanced techniques, we can see how we can have our brain, our right part of brain for nonlinear approach, or more advanced, because we should have in our mind that with AI and Metaverse, we can have also other new technologies like EOT or other things. For EOT, for example, soon we will have information, we will have the know-how for brain-machine communication with biosignals. Then you can imagine that in Metaverse we can have the stage to play the roles, to do everything without any risk. It is something very important, and of course all these things, it is not in the distant future, not tomorrow, starting from today, and starting from today because of now we have the capabilities from technological infrastructure to do the job. Also in distance, because, for example, with our smartphones, we have also other technology, 5G, and we can do everything, include high speed and communicate. Then AI and Metaverse, it is something that we can have in our mind starting from today. Thank you to listen to me, and I believe that give a short idea what is Metaverse and how interact with AI.
Thank you, Dr. Bogonikolos. We continue our next presenter with Mr. Dr. Sophocles Sotiriou. Dr. Sophocles Sotiriou holds a PhD in high-energy astrophysics, University of Athens, Greece, and a PhD in the use of advanced technologies in science education, University in Germany. He is the head of R&D department of Ελληνογερμανική Αγωγή since 1998, one of the biggest schools in Greece, where he has been active in the coordination and development of research projects on implementation of advanced technologies. Now in science and of course in education and training. He is a member of the European Academy of Sciences since 2003, member of the board of SJSU 2040 till 2007, and has been served as expert evaluator to the European Commission FP5, FP6 programs. He has also acted as a consultant to the development of the FP7 Science in Society work program. He is qualified science teacher and science teachers training. He is the author of the science textbooks that are used in all primary Greek schools since 2003. Welcome on board. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here, representing an international cooperation under the coordination of Professor Papagrigorakis, who is the leader of a very important project that we are currently developing in Metaverse. So in the framework of my presentation, I'm going to make a short introduction to our work in the field. For us, Metaverse is offering a unique opportunity to bridge the gap, let's say, to demonstrate how we can bridge the gap between formal and informal learning. Because the current trend is to create a learning continuum path towards effective learning for the individuals. And there are different, let's say, obstacles in the process that we are trying to realize this in the physical world, while Metaverse, the virtual world, is offering numerous opportunities for this process. So we consider Metaverse as the catalyst in such a big effort. Our aim is to create a learning ecology and interconnect the different places for learning like schools, universities, places for informal learning like museums, exhibitions, archaeological places. Because all these have a significant contribution to education, and they are offering unique opportunities for learning experiences for the individuals. Our work in the field starts many years ago, about in 2001, when in the framework of ArchaeoGuide project, we have developed, let's say, virtual installations in the archaeological area of ancient Olympia. It continues in 2005, working with science centers and museums where the visitors have the chance to see augmented content in front of their eyes while they are visiting the science centers or on the museums. Later, we are making a first attempt to reconstruct the whole building of the School of Ελληνογερμανική School in virtual worlds. And we are starting with Second Life, creating a whole island, as it is called, with numerous learning spaces. So it's a first attempt to connect formal and informal learning environments and demonstrate how, for example, a school can cooperate with a museum, with different exhibitions, with research centers, all in one place. And the learners are moving from one to the other in a very easy and smooth way. The key issue for Metaverse there at that time that also offered us an award at the European level back in 2011 was the interconnection of Metaverse with databases and specifically with scientific archives. We had the chance to offer the opportunity to visitors to experience access to this content like in real life. So we have installed, for example, here you can see a number of telescopes, and the visitors were able to have access to data, images from numerous observatories across the world that were available through the system. Similar activities, we have installed numerous such exhibitions, and this is bringing us to a very important milestone. In April 2021, in cooperation with the Myrtis project, we are developing the interactive exhibition of Myrtis. So a few words for Myrtis. Myrtis died about 2,500 years ago during the plague of Athens, and she was reborn, let's say, thanks to the great research project of Professor Papagrigorakis, who has reconstructed her face based on systematic research that has been done from himself and his team, a multidisciplinary team bringing experts from all over the world to work to this unique project. So for us, Myrtis is a great opportunity to demonstrate all the benefits described before that Metaverse can bring to education. And I have to say that we had also a unique opportunity. For us, the pandemic was in fact a great opportunity because we had the chance to demonstrate the potential of these technologies to numerous schools across Greece, across Europe, the moment that the school buildings were closed, but learning had to continue. And we had, let's say, in this way, the opportunity to demonstrate that in the best way. So this is the Myrtis museum, the Myrtis exhibition in Metaverse. There is a whole building that is following the exhibition itself, because let's say the Myrtis exhibition is a traveling exhibition that has been presented in different places, starting from the Archaeological Museum of Athens many years ago. So we had the chance to simulate the whole process, the inquiry process that was adapted in the design of the exhibition, where step by step the visitor is introduced to the whole concept of the process, of the scientific process. At the entrance of the exhibition, there is a video with the plans that we have for the Museum of Myrtis. And in the exhibition area, there are different interaction points. At these points, the visitor has the chance to interact with digital objects. Either there are augmentations, there are videos, there are presentations, links to the web, to different databases, in order to have a full experience, a cross-media experience during the visit. So different areas in the exhibition are, let's say, offering this chance to the visitor. For example, here there are videos from events that took place in different schools, in different places across Greece, across Europe, and they are presented to the visitor. Or more scientific, let's say, presentations, because don't forget, in such a place, we have the opportunity to modify the content according to the profile of the user. So if a researcher is visiting the place, can have access to different content. When, for example, a school is visiting the place, the content that it is presented could be different and adapted to the needs. Here you can see, for example, the interaction areas that I was talking about before, where the avatar of the visitor is entering, the content is activated and presented to the user. Of course, before the presentation of Myrtis, which is the central point of the exhibition, we have the chance in a very nice and interactive way to present the whole process that was adapted in order to reconstruct the face of Myrtis, starting from the skull and following a very systematic and scientific approach based on Manchester methodology to reconstruct her face. And we are approaching to the central place. This is the central place where Myrtis is presented to the visitor. There are numerous details that the developers of the exhibition have taken into account. For example, the head dressing of Myrtis, even the way it is, let's say, the small pieces of olive tree branch that it is present there, demonstrating, let's say, the connection with the culture of ancient Athens. So everything is very carefully and systematically designed to be in line with the whole history that the face of Myrtis is representing. And this also presents our view, our idea, let's say, on how museums in the future can really operate instead of presenting just, let's say, artifacts, to be based on facts and presenting the stories of specific people and the whole culture around them. So this is a very important aspect, let's say, that we have the chance to demonstrate in this unique exhibition. Every aspect of the life of Myrtis is the starting point, is triggering, let's say, and it initiates another project. The toys of Myrtis, the music that Myrtis was listening, even the sky that she was looking. Each one of them is part of a new project that the Myrtis team is developing and adapting to the current, let's say, curricula needs, and is trying to integrate in the school environment. The most important aspect for us and our main work currently is the fact that thanks to the reform, the educational reform that is taking place, we have the chance to integrate projects and activities related to Myrtis to the school curriculum. And in this way, we will be able to connect the school books with all these materials that we have developed in Metaverse. So through the book will become live, let's say, and offer access to this unique content that has been created from our team all these years for Myrtis. And our aim is to create these cross-media educational pathways with the support, of course, with the Institute of Educational Policy and the Ministry of Education in order to offer this chance to numerous students across the country. So we really hope, I believe that, as I said also, for us the pandemic was really a great moment to demonstrate the capacity of the technology. And following the message of the OECD Education Director, Andreas Gleiser, he's calling all the governments, the national educational authorities, the educational sector in principle, to cut the red tape from personalized learning to other new digital formats, enabling students to take individual ownership of their learning, to develop their own pathways. And we believe that the Myrtis project and its interactive exhibition is giving this opportunity. So I would like to thank you. You can visit the website of Myrtis, www.myrtis.gr, where a lot of information about all these activities is available, numerous materials for schools, but also research documentation for researchers in the field. Thank you so much. Thank you for this great opportunity to present our work. And I would like to thank Professor Papagrigorakis for giving me the opportunity to present all this work on behalf of the team. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. It makes us thinking that the important thing is to never stop questioning life. Let's welcome our next presenter, Mr. Patseas, a tech entrepreneur and a software engineering with extensive experience in building innovative digital platforms and immersive experiences for such market leaders as Cosmote, OPAP, Coca-Cola, leading academic organizations, proud electrical and computer engineering alum of NTUA. Via his presentation, we'll discover tomorrow's methodologies about preserving and promoting cultural heritage through today's use cases, a brief explanation of how XR tech can help culture and education and the way organizations are taking advantage of it. Mr. Pacheas, looking forward for your presentation.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank you all for inviting me here. Special thanks to Ms. Liadi for the great introduction. Thank you so much. And of course, for the whole organization, that it was very welcome. And it's a real pleasure to be here. So what I want to do in my speech is I want to set the tone. I want to set the pipeline of how a modern organization can actually use innovative software and take advantage of it, not in 10 years, not the way we've seen in movies, but actually right now we are at the point where it is actually possible to make great use of technology and make great use of tools that were not available in the past. And it's quite actually easily, if you follow the correct methodology, to use today. So during my presentation, what I want to do is set a bit the tone and the pipeline of how this is possible to create. So the first thing we want to do is we're going to set the tone of who are we and why are we doing this, what we call innovative software. Then I want to show what we bring into software innovation, how we managed to do it, because a few years back it actually seemed impossible, but right now people can actually do it, show you a few use cases, and then circle back, I mean, the way we try to say it in software, the pipeline, circle back to see how it is possible for all companies, software houses, and organizations to actually use this kind of methodology to create innovative software. So, a short presentation about us. We're a software house. We've been up and running since 2016, so it's probably the 6th or 7th year coming up. And what we deal with is like what we call innovative software. So we use a lot of technologies from this industry of software, from chatbots, augmented reality, virtual reality. We use the latest available tools in technology and actually create products that we don't have a goal to use in the next 20 years. We actually use it right now, and organizations in the whole region are taking advantage of it. So some of our key products to demonstrate, some of our clients in order to set the tone of people we are actually working with. And some of the things we do, we're actually multi-awarded in our region about the products sector. What is really important for me is to actually explain the huge vibe word which is called Metaverse. We hear it a lot, and we've actually been doing this for the past 5 or 6 years. The Metaverse of Facebook is not available the way we think it, but AR, VR, MR, NFTs, all these things are connected and are actually available and really, really useful for organizations at this point. So, starting very briefly about how AI works right now. So we can see an example of a client of ours right now in the tracking industry. It is possible to use third-party tools from open source software, because the key point here and the reason why software houses right now can create great applications using AI is open source. Right now we're at the point of technology where all the big organizations, from Facebook to Oracle to Google, are actually doing all the software open source. They're giving the basis of the technology, the core of the technologies available to the developers, so it is actually possible to create top-level applications even if you are a smaller software house in our region. So what we see here, for example, is the way we use Facebook algorithms in order to extract intentions from a string to use in our AI applications in the Greek market. And we can actually do this right now in all languages available. I mean, there are certain steps. This is where we come here. Most of these tools, most of the AI tools are trained in English or in very specific cases, but following the correct methodologies, this is my main point here, that if you follow the correct methodologies of using AI, it is actually possible to localize it and use it in all cases. I mean, when we think of AI, most of the times we think like huge enterprise applications that need million or billion of dollars to create. This is not the case. We actually right now are at this point of technology where we can actually use AI to create excellent stuff right now. Way we actually use this technology. Let's let me see. In one of the products that we're actually most proud of. Here you can see how we can get minimum inputs from the user, actually use these inputs through AI and create full-on emails. I mean, you just need a small input, and this is actually the basis of AI and most of the neural networks that you hear about. You give a very small input, and then you get a great output that is actually professionally taken and very useful, because there is no need and there is no use to create AI applications if there is no way to use it. But we're actually at the point where AI is really helpful to create things. I mean, so this you can see a way we use GPT-3, a library that is actually open to everybody to use, a playground in machine learning that everybody can take advantage of, and using this create pure, very good quality content through GPT-3. And here you can see how we actually take input from the user, use the nearest neighbor algorithms, an algorithm that actually detects the way we perform, get a lot of inputs of all our digital actions, and based on this, you get proposals of the next tasks you should do. These are not things that are actually out of hand or only Google or Facebook can do. There is a way developers can actually create these applications today. So, moving on to the MR industry, which is actually riding the hype of Metaverse thanks to Facebook right now. Here you can see on the bottom right the way we actually use virtual reality in order to train personnel on hazardous situations. This is not a use case that we would love to implement in the next 10 years. We've actually been doing this with Cosmote since 2018, so it's the 4th year we're actually using virtual reality in order to train the people about very hazardous situations. Either this is fire safety or working in heights. So a great example, the great use case of virtual reality is actually imitating use cases that they are actually really hard to imitate otherwise. For example, how easy it is that you train someone in order to escape a building that is on fire. It is very hard and very expensive to do this on a bigger scale, but through virtual reality, you can actually do it. And it's not only that Google can do it. Right now, Facebook has open SDK for Oculus Rift, so any software house with good quality software engineers, and in my region there are very good software engineers, can actually create these kind of applications. So moving on, augmented reality, which is not to be confused with virtual reality, is a whole different technology. It's actually very useful in the cultural heritage. It's one of my favorite ones. In augmented reality, you go and you place new 3D elements in the physical world. Imagine you're in a museum and you want to get extra information on a painting. You can actually do this in augmented reality. This is one of the projects that we're doing with Stegis on Ashes for the past 5 years. It's a great case of how Metaverse is not actually about tomorrow, it's about today. Moving on about augmented reality. Augmented reality is one of my favorite technologies because at this point it is similarly useful for retail, for culture. We're at the point where hardware is very good quality. So we can actually, and I'm not talking about high industry hardware, I'm talking about your mobile phone. If you have a mobile phone that is actually decent, I'm not talking about the best iPhone Pro that costs 1,000 euros. If you got a decent mobile phone which costs 300 euros, you're good to go for excellent mobile experiences. And the cultural sector, the retail sector can take great advantage out of it. For example, let's see here how Pat used augmented reality to create mini games for Scratch and engage its users. Or let's see how you can create business experiences. These mini games might seem like a bit naive, but video games are actually one of the most innovative sectors. Most of the technology we use right now was actually first implemented by video games. It's very nice case because AR, VR, MR, and all the graphics and animations you actually see in today's retail or industry applications were first developed for video games. So it's a very nice industry to follow right now. And following that, I want to show you the right-hand screenshot. This is a screenshot we actually have right now, which comes from an industry that people are not very sure how it's going to be used. It comes from the NFT industry. A lot of people are actually quite hesitant about how Web3, cryptos, NFTs might be used in the future. And it might seem like a joke, but here you can see how we can actually create real-life applications about testing your clothes or seeing your environment and interacting with your environment through augmented reality. And the final use case I want to show you, it's actually come from a company that's creating great hardware that is enabling the AR section. It's from Microsoft. We are using a lot of XR hardware from Microsoft. Either this is HoloLens or this is Azure Custom Vision, where we actually scan the whole place. And scanning the whole place, we add artificial elements in applications you've seen. So this is a great use case of how you can use Azure Custom Vision to understand the reality through a camera, understand how people move around it, and create applications that are useful for today's needs. And this is my main point here, the thing I want to point out. There are a lot of ways to understand and to take use of this technology. What you need to do as a software house or as a big enterprise, what you need to do is understand the core functionalities of each case. Either this is GPT-3 or chatbots for content creation. This can be nearest neighbor algorithms in order to create a great recommendation system. Augmented reality to track real world, understand body structure, understand trackers, understand paintings, 3D scanning, virtual reality where you set yourself in a very different reality, or even camera feed that we can actually understand what is going on in an automated way in order to create applications. So the most important stuff here is understand the core of these technologies, understand what is possible to create, and when you do this, remember that we are at this point, at this era of technology, that it is actually possible to create applications based on this. So feel free to discover and see what is possible to create, because this technology is here, this technology is today. Don't wait for Facebook Metaverse to give you something imaginary that you might come in 3 or 4 years. The technology is available today, and you can create great applications based on it in almost all industries. This is the core representation of this is the message I want to pass through to big enterprises, to software engineers, to software houses, to startups, that we're at this point of history of our industry, that we can use actually AI, democratize AI at this point to serve our needs. AI is here to help us create faster, better content, understand our reality, interact with our reality. It can be used in great ways, in beautiful ways. So there is zero need to be afraid of it. We can make use of it and create great experiences, and we can do it today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Patseas. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end part of our presentations. But before that, allow me to say that nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less in the future. We would like to thank our presenters for the informative and interesting talkings, and the audience for your participation here with us today. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
most honorable panelists, dear organizers, theoretical entity and technological achievement, but rather as AI in action towards creating a better world. From the ancient cradle of democracy, Athens, to the modern heart of technology, California. And more specifically, tonight we will discuss AI in action for the sector of shipping, a sector not only very important in our modern world, but also very deeply intertwined with Hellenism. He will see how Greek shipping was intimately connected also to all of the Hellenic settlements of the Mediterranean, which range from the Black Sea. And back at those times, shipping was and is the primary mode of transportation of freight, both in terms of volume as well as in terms of world trade. Despite a spatial and temporal variability in the intermodal mix, it is safe to assume that almost 3/4 of the share, across many measures, goes to shipping. Road and rail come far behind. And in spite of the fact that air carries more than 10% of the total value of goods, its actual volumetric percentage is much less than 1%. What is also very important to keep in mind is intermodality. Most shipments do not travel using only one modality for their whole route, but are rather switched from one modality to another. But how is the ecosystem around shipping composed? Well, various types of stakeholders exist, ranging from the vessel manufacturers, to the vessel owners and operators, to the brokers between vessel owners and charterers, to the classification societies which regulate. And of course, a major stakeholder are the ports too. Looking from the viewpoint of technology and AI in particular, we also have academic institutions as well as companies, ranging all the way from spin-offs and startups to multinational companies. Today, we have with us as panelists a diverse group with experience in many of these stakeholders that I mentioned before. Nicholas Piriotis is coming with a PhD from MIT too, as I do, and is now the Vice President of Technology of the Signal Group, an innovative technology company connected to one of the most important Hellenic shipping families, namely Martinos. On the other hand, Arturo Garcia has revolutionized the ultra-modern and highly innovative port of Abu Dhabi through automation, achieving amazing KPIs as we shall see in the last decade. And George Teriakidis represents a classification society, the DMV of East Mediterranean and the Black Sea. While our fourth panelist, Captain George Georgiopoulos, started his career as a merchant marine officer on board ships, but is now an operations manager, and actually also has an academic background in AI. So through our four distinguished panelists today, we will be able to obtain a more holistic view across the viewpoints of multiple stakeholders in the shipping ecosystem. My personal viewpoint, again, comes from a mix of academia and the real world. After finishing my PhD from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the intersection of AI and robotics, I had a primarily academic career, rising all the way to the rank of full professor. But in the last years, I've also been consulting and recently been strongly involved in global IT corporations, including Intel and SAP. And thus, I have also become acquainted with enterprise-level AI and data science applications, especially for ports. So, what are the places where AI can make a real difference in modern seaports? Usually, we break down modern ports to three parts. The quayside is where the ships dock and are loaded and unloaded. In the yard, containers are stored and rearranged. And in the land side, long-distance trucks as well as trains connect in order to pick up. And there are so many use cases that are already being deployed in modern ports, as you can see in this slide, ranging from optimal allocation problems from berths, quay cranes and yards, to scheduling problems, to arrival time prediction problems, all the way to many other optimizations as well as anomaly detection problems. And one of the trends that seems to be is that the state of the art is slowly moving from offline model-driven simulation-based systems to real-time data-driven systems that can quickly deal with unexpected disturbances and readjust their plans at the tactical level accordingly. Last but not least, it is worth noting that although the shipping industry has much to gain from AI, it always takes some time for adoption of new technologies to take place. Therefore, one of the main questions we will tackle today will be, should AI be viewed as a threat to shipping or as an opportunity? And in what ways will we be able to make its very promising positive effects be maximized? So let us start with introductory speeches of the panelists before we move to our free-form discussion. Let me give you a very small overview of each panelist before his speech. Starting with Arturo, who is joining us from Abu Dhabi today. Arturo Garcia is a Chief Automation Officer at Abu Dhabi Terminals and is also the COO of the digital cluster of Abu Dhabi Ports Group. Abu Dhabi ports are the premier gateway to Abu Dhabi and a very important pillar of the Abu Dhabi Economic Vision of 2030. In these capacities, Arturo has introduced numerous innovative automated systems and improved a lot of key KPIs. He has decreased truck turnaround time. He has dealt with the average number of carriers per crane. He was able to achieve 60,000 man-hour savings in 2 years. He was able to decrease the operating cost by 30% and also to decrease the terminal downtime by 70%. And in the end, all this together meant more than $1 million of savings annually, and a big part of the technologies within ports. Originally, Arturo started his service at the TTI Algeciras and Terminales del Sudeste, and has a strong background in computer science with a balanced and wealthy mix of experience in IT, as well as real-world port operations. So, Arturo, the floor is yours. It's our pleasure to welcome you to the panel.
Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you for the invitation. It's my pleasure and Abu Dhabi Ports Group pleasure to be in this panel. I would like to give a little bit a brief introduction of, just in case people don't know who is Abu Dhabi Ports. So Abu Dhabi Ports Group consists of 5 clusters. So we have ports, maritime, logistics, industrial zone, and the most important one, right, is, and that's why we're here, it's the digital cluster, right? So we are in an industry that I normally call dinosaur, right? Industry, right? So ports, since since the beginning of the time, has been a very manual jobs, right? In there. So still we are lagging a little bit of the use of the latest technologies, and Abu Dhabi Ports Group vision, creating this digital cluster, which mandate is very clear: digitalize the trade, right, and support the other clusters, right, to make from an industry that is very headed. To take decisions and make decisions based on digital and data, right? Since the beginning, this vision was clear, and one proof of it was Khalifa Port. So Khalifa Port was the first semi-automated terminal in the Middle East, and Abu Dhabi Ports Group in that time, set into the industry that automation or the use of the latest technology, it's not only about manpower saving. It goes beyond that, right? And time has proven Abu Dhabi Ports Group right. We could see, for example, right at the time of COVID, we having the level of automation that Khalifa Port has, and not only we didn't decrease in productivity or volume. No, it was the opposite, right? During the COVID time, where everybody was working from home, where we could see that it's really many other ports struggles, right, to keep up with the increase in volumes. We increased the volume, and our efficiency and productivity increased, right? And this could only be happening thanks to the investment that has been done over the past years into Khalifa Port. Also during the COVID, the Khalifa Port and one of the subsidiaries of Abu Dhabi Ports, which is Abu Dhabi Terminals, went through a massive expansion where we increased our capacity from 2.5 million to 5.5 million. This happened all during COVID, remotely, on time, and on budget, right? So, you know, the investment of Abu Dhabi Ports Group, right, into technology has not ended there, and is going to continue in the future. We have currently multiple projects right across all the 5 clusters where artificial intelligence is heavily used. Probably most of the people here that are listening, or even the panelists, sometimes we have a huge pressure as technology leaders on investing in the latest technology of AI. And I always say that, you know, invest in technology wisely, right? And this is what Abu Dhabi Ports Groups does. So, for example, we have 2 running projects in Abu Dhabi Terminals, where we're using, in one of them, computer vision, right, where we track with a with very little assets, right, containers and equipment, right, and we have another very interesting project which goes under automation, autonomous shuttles, which is trucks, and yeah, our career will continue, and we'll make sure that we'll continue investing in the latest technologies. Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much, Arturo, for your introductory talk. Now, let us move on to a different side of the ecosystem. I will present to you Nicholas Piriotis, who is the Vice President of Technology Ventures at the Signal Group, which is a diversified shipping services group with offices in London and Athens. The Signal Group offers commercial ship management services to oil tankers and product tankers. And in addition, the Signal Group develops and invests in next-generation shipping-related software technologies. Beyond its component companies, the group also performs strategic investments in advanced software technologies related to shipping and oil industry. The group CEO is Ioannis Martinos, belonging to one of the world's leading shipping families. And Ioannis, as well as Nicholas, are notably also fellow of alumni of my alma mater, MIT. And Nicholas holds a PhD in optimization and transportation systems from this institution, and furthermore has professional experience from McKinsey and has been a strategic advisor at the Athens Maritime Innovation Center and a coach for the European Commission's Blue Invest platform. So Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Technology for you. We're talking about AI, and we cannot. I cannot make the microphone work. So thank you for the nice introduction, Nico. I obviously I don't have a shipping background. I joined shipping almost by accident a few years ago, towards the end of my career at McKinsey. But I was from a similar industry, the air transportation industry, which I find a lot of parallelisms, and where I feel that it was a lot more advanced in terms of technology applications. And I thought I could bring some value by trying to transfer some of the knowledge that I gained there into the shipping industry that, as Arturo said before, it's called sometimes the dinosaur industry because digital transformation has not happened here yet. So specifically in Signal, I focus on technology investments. So we one business unit that we have is our venture capital arm, where we invest in maritime startups, including AI application across a range of use cases within the shipping space. I can offer, I guess, some perspective on where do we see applications more broadly, not just in commercial management, where the core focus of the group is, but where do we see applications of AI across shipping and supply chain. A couple of words about the group, maybe, then, and for the audience, I think it would be interesting to hear how we use AI from a commercial perspective and not so much from an operational perspective. As Nico said, we currently operate 40 tanker vessels. So by operating, I mean we manage commercially. So we decide where the vessels are going to be deployed, with which charter to work, what cargo to carry from which port in the world to what port in the world. So basically, we run a spot. We run 40 vessels on the spot market, carrying both crude oil. So we have large Aframax vessels as well as smaller MR vessels that carry oil products. And from the beginning, we started the company in 2015, and from the beginning, our vision was how can we basically overperform compared to competition by deploying data and analytics. So along the way, when we developed our own technology within Signal, that ended up being also our second business unit, which is Signal Ocean, and that's our technology platform. And that's where all the AI comes in that I can talk to you about right now. So we basically what we do with Signal Ocean is that we create a situational awareness tool. So in shipping, for those of you who don't know, a lot of the information is circulated over emails. So between charterers, brokers, and commercial operators. So a broker will send information about availability of cargoes, availability of vessels, vessel bookings, which we call fixtures that happen in the market. And as a commercial operator or as a charterer, you might be receiving hundreds, if not thousands, of those emails every day. So the first part of the technology that we've built is that we developed an AI solution that reads those emails, identifies whether that email is talking about vessel bookings, cargoes, position lists, etc. And then it extracts, it parses that information into known entities, right? So let's say, for example, you will read in an email that vessel X is scheduled to load cargo from Houston and go to Rotterdam, and it's chartered with Shell for that amount. So that's the first part of where the AI is useful for us. The second part is now that we're trying to disambiguate that information and fuse it with what really happens in the market. So a very important piece of information that exists in shipping is what we call vessel tracking. So for every vessel, you know where it is and where it's heading. And we take that information and we try to stitch it with the commercial information that our email parser, let's say, has extracted. And sometimes you might have received 20 different emails talking about the same cargo and the same vessel, with all of them saying a different thing about that vessel. So the second layer of our AI tries to understand what is the right information in order, in the end, to have a global view of what every vessel in the world is doing, which consequently allows you to say to monitor the market much better, understand the availability of vessels around the world, understand cargo, where the cargo demand is popping up around the world, and hence be able to make better strategic deployment of your fleet, better selection of cargoes, better partnerships, etc. And because in the end, the proof is in the pudding. I think by deploying this AI, we have been able with our pool business, the commercial management business, to actually outperform the market for 4 years straight by at least 10% versus the second competitor. And we also have deployed our technology as a software as a service. So we provide it to many participants in the market, where we currently have about 150 clients using our AI. So let me pause there, and I'll be happy to get into more detail as we go along the conversation.
Thank you so much, Nico. So from the two Nicolases and Arturo, let's now go to the two Georges, the Yorgos. Let's start with George Georgiopoulos, Captain George Georgiopoulos, who has been a senior merchant marine officer for more than a decade, but in the last 8 years is an operations manager in shipping companies, and he holds a master's in applications of AI in shipping. So he comes with a multi-angle set of experiences, not only on board ships, but also in positions in shipping companies, and most importantly, with the relevant expertise. His original thesis work was actually on the topic of the usage of evolutionary algorithms, a type of biomimetic AI techniques, on the optimization of the capital distribution and composition of a shipping company fleet. But today he will talk to us about another angle of how AI could be useful for shipping from his own viewpoint. So, George, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good evening. It is my pleasure to be part of this discussion panel among such unique cooperatives. With such advance in artificial intelligence in the last years and the we are living in exciting times. I will thus be glad to share with you my point of view of one of many issues that ship owners have to deal regarding operations, and to hint at how AI may contribute to this. In the maritime industry, the operation of a vessel is relevant to two main types of players. First, those which are regulating the operation of a vessel during its active service, which are the charters, as well as international, national, and customer societies. And second, the management companies, which are often directing their efforts not only to quality of service, but also often towards taking the most profitable decisions.
Yes. So apologies, we seem to be having some connectivity issues. And but now I think people are reconnecting back, so I guess that George will be able to come in. So I don't know, at the moment, Arturo, are you with us? Nicholas, George? Yes. So let us then try to have a small break of some seconds because I'm seeing that everybody is starting to reconnect. It seems there was a problem at the connection level for the whole group. Hello again, and apologies for the technical difficulties. Hopefully everything is up and working again and doing so nicely. So, George, if you would like to start your short introduction.
Yes, of course. Hello, good evening. It is my pleasure to be part of this discussion panel among such unique co-panelists. With such advance in artificial intelligence in the last years, and at the same time, so many different problems in shipping, logistics, and ports where it can be applied, we are living in exciting times. I will thus be glad to share with you my point of view for one of many issues that ship owners have to deal regarding operations, and to hint at how AI may contribute to this. In the marine players, first, those which are regulating the operation of a vessel during its active service, which are the charterers as well as international, national, and customer societies. And second, from the other side, the management companies, which are often directing their efforts not only to the quality of service, but also often towards taking the most profitable decisions while carefully counterbalancing the risk of moving in the gray areas of compliance with the costs of the compliance measures. And this is a delicate balancing act in many ways. During the last decades, I can say, many tools came into surface promising to assist the decision making of humans on board by organizing all the compliance requirements and data. However, these tools left all data processing and enforcement to humans. Given our situation of maritime labor availability, where the costs and the availability of highly educated and trained crew is getting increasingly difficult, the effectiveness of the above approach is questionable. Therefore, the proposal I want to make is that we could create AI systems that help requirements of all parties by assessing in real time the environment that the vessel sails at any particular point, while taking into consideration the specific risk profile that the management company has decided to take as part of their risk to benefit balancing act. Such systems could get feedback from every incident taking place on board and will ideally perform adaptation to the needs of the specific management company, and then such systems could guide the crew on board for every task, every job, and the requirement implementation without requiring neither special training or special familiarization of the crew. Thus, such systems could eliminate the need of highly educated and experienced crew while converging to the golden point of the specific risk management choice that have been made. In short, given my experience in shipping, I'm thus proposing the envisioning a system which take human inputs, human feedback, and compliance requirements, and which then adapts the chosen preferred risk profile of the vessel management company by guiding and monitoring the crew for every task on board. Thus, instead of directly moving to fully autonomous vessel, one will be able to utilize AI and remote assistance, such as expert humans outside the vessel, operators for shipping company, in order to optimize operation in a way that will be customizable to each company choice. I'm very much looking forward to your ideas and feedback. Thank you.
George. So now let us move to the other George, and let me give you a small introduction to George Teriakidis, who is an experienced maritime professional exposed to the global maritime network and accustomed to a very diverse cultural working environment. He's the area manager, as I told you, of the Classification Society of the East Mediterranean and the Black Sea Maritime, DMD. And his working experience includes technical as well as management positions since 2000 for 2 decades at the largest, at this classification society. He has family ties also with shipping companies where he has also spent time at. And in many ways, he's a leader with connections in the maritime arena, focusing on teamwork and bringing team members' best qualities out and delivering results. So today he will speak to us a little bit about the DMV and also about autonomous vessels. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicholas. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you for that small introduction. I will basically, first of all, try and mention and just say a few things about what DNV does, because we've mentioned about shipping companies, we've mentioned about players like Signal and ports and so forth. DNV is a classification society. There are many such companies around the world, and to put it plain and simply, we are the ones who make sure that who sail around the world are basically seaworthy. We have a global network. We're multinational companies, and our job by doing this, we ensure, as I said, the technical integrity of the vessel is up to the global standards and international regulations. Many have basically mentioned that shipping is a dinosaur, if I remember correctly. I need to explain why this is mentioned. Shipping revolves around one single asset. That's at least the way I see it. And this single asset is the vessel. And the vessels, for many decades, is basically a metal box carrying cargo, and it's pushed through the water through a metal propeller, which is powered by an engine, which is burning fuel. It's a very low tech compared to other means of transportation these days, ways of propulsion and moving forward. I mean, it's just burns fuel oil, and it's a reciprocating engine turning a propeller and pushing through the water. Is it low tech? Yes, it is. However, as the years go by, technology is slowly zipping through into shipping, and we can see that technology in general starts slowly to appear in the offices where ships are being controlled from and they are monitored from, and as well as the offices of other stakeholders except the shipping companies, like classification societies, banks, charterers, brokers, and so forth. We all are evolving and looking at the ship and provide services and products for the ship. So technology, and specifically slowly it appears in support functions. Even in our company, our service delivery involves surveyors going aboard the vessel. This has stayed very low tech. You put on a boiler suit, a helmet, a torch, and you go around the ship. However, slowly we have artificial intelligence which goes through large sets of data, and we are able, by use of AI, to come very quickly to certain conclusions, to reply fast to our clients, faster than before, more accurately, and by use of this artificial intelligence, we are able to basically create virtual experts. If you have a big set of data, which you have collected throughout the years and throughout the world, artificial intelligence can assist you going through it and being able to reply to technical questions and other such things fast and efficiently and to the point. However, this is one example of how artificial intelligence has slowly come into shipping. There are, however, slow steps that this is coming on board the vessels as well. And I'm mentioning this because although the vessels are low tech, slowly, because of various reasons that we can go into later on, we see vessels are changing and becoming electric in terms of propulsion. These are, of course, at least for now, vessels which are for short distances or close to the shore, smaller ships than the big ocean-going vessels. However, these electric ships, I'm mentioning them because some of them are becoming autonomous. And when I say autonomous, I mean fully autonomous, utilizing artificial intelligence which analyzes data coming from different sensors, which can steer the vessel in different situations throughout traffic from point A to point B. And by doing that and having the vessel electric, you can have autonomous mooring. The vessel meaning can dock into a port without assistance from people or from human beings. And the loading and unloading of the vessel, because we're talking specifically for a container vessel, can also become by robot cranes, which are operated remotely. Although this to many will sound like a little bit of science fiction, this is actually a vessel which has been constructed and it's actually being used today. It's one such vessel, but even when the Wright brothers created their initial aeroplane which flew, it was just one in the world, which paved the way. And I'm sure that this slowly will be the beginning of a new area. I'll stop here, a new era, sorry, but I'll stop here and I will be happy to answer any of your questions on any of the topics that I have just mentioned. Thank you.
Wonderful. So it's very nice that although we had these small technical breaks, we had 4 different viewpoints from 4 different sides of stakeholders. Now, as originally an academic myself, usually when I talk about AI, I very much try to emphasize on the fact that in the end, autonomy is something that is required only under specific circumstances. In the end, at different parts of the lifetime of the system or its operation, there will always be people around in different roles, right? So in many cases, for example, we have decision support systems which just voice an opinion or give information that helps a human take a decision, right? In other cases nowadays, recently, especially with a pandemic, we've seen how these teletechnologies can come in. So you can have a mixture between, for example, an artificial intelligence chatbot and a remote operator. And when the user is actually communicating with it, he's not sure whether he's speaking to one or the other. And sometimes one takes over and sometimes the other, right? So in this meantime, before we reach full autonomy easily for certain tasks, and then we have to ask, should we? Do we want to? Or when do we really want to? I don't know which part was there and which part actually of the connection fell. Justin, to very quickly repeat the question. So the question is, when should we have autonomy not only for the case of autonomous vessels, but also for other cases. When is it better not to go for autonomy? And what are the real advantages of having, for example, autonomous vessels beyond, of course, a potential reduction in terms of the cost of the wages? But of course, they come with other things then. And of course, in this question, we have to take into account a more holistic view, also potentially looking into the environment and other such considerations. So what do you think? George?
Yeah, if I can take this very quickly. I mean, currently, in order to have a fully autonomous vessel, we need this vessel to be also an electric vessel. And the reason is very simple. Currently, the vessels which are operating around the world, the engine room and all the machinery that they utilize in order to propel themselves in the water are quite a lot in number, with a lot of with a high degree of complication, which makes it impractical to have something autonomous. On the other hand, if you have an electric vessel, you have very low number of equipment. You just have batteries, a motor, and a propeller, and cables, which makes it ideal, since it becomes very easy to work. You don't have a lot of different equipment that, first of all, can fail, or they need to be operated. So in terms of ships, you need to be practical. Today, we're talking about vessels which are electric, and because we're talking ships which are electric, automatically we mean ships which are smaller in size, and ships that go short distances and closer to the shore. Obviously, as technology progresses, ships will become bigger and bigger distances, but that will take some time.
Wonderful. Anybody else would like to make comments, not only for autonomous vessels, on the right kind of mixes, if you want, and interfaces and task allocations between humans and machines within the different contexts of applications of AI in shipping? Yes, Arturo?
Thank you, Nicola. Normally, I'm passionate about autonomous, right? And I'm trying to find reasons why we should, especially in a container terminal perspective, why we should not automate, right? So I think George mentioned something very clear, right? We have to look at the practicality of the problem you're trying to solve, right? So at a port perspective or a container terminal perspective, it's kind of like a warehouse, right? So it's a very closed environment, right? Where I always say it's not rocket science what we do, it's just moving boxes, right? So if you compare, for example, making trucks inside a container terminal autonomous, compared with making trucks in the autonomous, it's so much easier to do it inside the container terminal than outside, right? So I think from a port's perspective, the fact that it's in a closed area, the more you can automate, I'm talking about equipment automation at this moment, right? The more you can automate, the better, right? The benefits you have, right? And I want to give a little bit the example of Abu Dhabi terminals. When COVID hit us, right, at that time, we are a semi-automated terminal, right? So the yard is completely automated, robots, as George said before, right, moving containers here and there. But we have still the transport from the yard to the vessel is manual, right? So you could see that, COVID came, people unfortunately started getting sick, not coming to work. So the yard and the gate that is fully automated had absolutely no risk. Continue operating as normal, right? But we never stop operations, right? But we had a risk to stop operations where the humans were there, right? So I think from a container terminal perspective, the limitation of making equipment autonomous is more into the potential limitations of the technology, right? Rather than a practical. What I mean with that is we have seen examples of container terminals in some parts of the world where they have gone fully automated, but the productivity is so slow that it's not practical, right, to do it, right? So you need to make sure that you deploy technology when it's mature enough where you can still be efficient, right, towards your customers, towards the vessels, towards the shipping lines, and towards the trade itself, right?
Wonderful. So thank you so much, Arturo. Here it's worth mentioning that one of the recent cases of companies that became public, which were primarily based in Greece when it comes to their R&D, was Murbach, which is a company that is creating, as far as I remember, robotics for small warehouses in order to be able to then make packages and deliver them to customers. But it was primarily for the internal part itself. Now, Arturo, what is your impression regarding ports around the world? At what level of efficiency are we really, and how do you foresee things to be potentially changing in the future in terms of different scenarios?
So I have a few enemies already, probably in the port industry when I keep on telling like a dinosaur, right? And the only reason why I say that is because I think we as an industry, we have to wake up, and I think we are already, right, in here. So if you see the current issues we had during COVID on the shipping, right? So you could see how the consumption of wood has increased, right? So suddenly you have to move more cargo, right, around. You have limited capacity on the vessels, right, from the shipping lines. These shipping lines are now fully, loaded in the vessels. They come to the container terminals, and suddenly you have a bottleneck. I mean, and this is what I said, that I think it's, of course, there's a lot of potential in increasing the efficiency in the vessel side from port to port, and autonomous is a great examples, right? Autonomous on vessels will not only help to have more predictive operations, but also on fuel efficiency. But the real bottleneck where we have seen has not been going from Mundra to Abu Dhabi, has been being in Mundra and being in Abu Dhabi, right? Or being in LA, right? The ports have shown around the world that where we needed to deliver, and I'm putting we as a, don't want to exclude ourselves, although we should exclude Abu Dhabi because we did great, right? But let's put we as a general, when we had to deliver that efficiency, when the world trade needed us, we failed. And because we failed, we have seen this shipping line cost, climbing up, right, in that. So I think this has been a wake-up call, right? And this is where we start. We must start using technology wisely, right? And on the terms of artificial intelligence, right? But I don't limit on the artificial intelligence itself, just technology in general, on making sure that you wisely analyze what are your problems as a container terminals, and tackle that in an efficient way, right, to solve that. So that is, tell me about what technology can be the future. I wouldn't pick one, right? AI, great, it's a great example, but I think the problem is not in the technology. The problem is more, technology is already there, right? But we need the business leaders, right, to know what AI, the current technology that is there, right, can do, and implement it efficiently, right? This is what we have to focus right now in the ports industry.
Wonderful. So two very small comments before I actually give it the talk to, I think Nicholas and George want to respond to. And also Despina is telling me that we have another 8 minutes or so not so much time. So the first comment has to do with the concept of resilience, right? In the past, we're talking primarily about eco-friendliness, then sustainability. But nowadays, with COVID, And with all the other different types of unexpected disturbances that are happening to the system, be it the current conflict and the effect that it has, for example, on food shortages, and even as far as I know, there are certain ports which will be key in that, like Odessa, which are now closed and so on. There is this need to be able to create systems that even under adverse, unforeseeable circumstances, continue to gracefully operate, right? So it would be interesting to see how AI can really help us in that respect. Number two, we have all of these other technologies. Before they were talking about the metaverse, right? So a lot of things that are part of the fourth industrial revolution, including the metaverse, digital twins, for example, could be extremely useful for ports, for vessels, and they have started to be used. So you can actually have a real-time digital replica of the actual physical asset with a lot of detail. You can play the past situations on it. You can also play imaginary planning scenarios for the future. And thus you can have much better, if you want, decision-making in many respects. Of course, augmented reality could be very useful in order to do what Mr. Georgopoulos was talking about before, to help unskilled technicians be able to deal with situations that they wouldn't be able to deal with before. Right? So let me ask then all of you, if you want, or Nicholas, if you want to take the lead, what do you think regarding what we have been saying so far? And also, how do you foresee the future of AI and shipping to be? How do you think this will change the ecosystem around shipping, which is an interesting question? And finally, if we have different stakeholders from different countries, say the UAE, Greece, the USA, what could we do in order to have mutually beneficial collaborations and in order to coordinate our actions in a way that helps towards the good, of course, of the stakeholders, but the global good too? Who wants to take the lead in answering? Nico?
Okay, sure. Thank you, George. Thank you, Nico. So I think I want to try to answer your question together with following up a little bit of what Arturo said before, and what you mentioned about digital twins, because one, I think, interesting aspect that we have not really considered of how AI can help is not only considering the specific asset and thinking how we can optimize the performance of a port using AI and the performance of an asset using AI, but how can we use basically an AI to create a digital twin of the entire value chain, right? So many times the bottlenecks are going to be unavoidable, right? But if you know that you're going to have congestion in Rotterdam, why already sail, let's say from Piraeus, right? Why not wait in Piraeus or slow steam to Rotterdam until the queue clears up? And this is something that has been already implemented very successfully in the air transportation industry, right? So you have flights that are being held, you call it the departure hold, gate hold in New York, because there is a lot of delay in the US airspace going west, or there is a lot of delay in Boston. So you keep the aircraft in New York so that you don't have them circulating over cities in the middle of the sky. So obviously there it's a little bit easier to do it, because I think mainly because there is one governing body of air traffic control. Here we're talking about multiple stakeholders, each with its own, like you have the charterers, the owners, the ports, the port authorities, the terminal operators. So I think where AI could help here is a system where it can assist decision making in optimizing how everyone in this value chain should sail and operate towards the next destination. And obviously that, it's not just a matter of having the technology, but it's a matter of getting everybody together and managing it. I think that's the hardest part in all of this. So AI, I think, has made tremendous progress. I think we haven't in terms of trying to communicate and align with each other.
Wonderful. Okay, George, yes. And then let's do some closing statements, because I think that Despina is signaling to me.
Okay, then I'll be fast. I think I'm in line with Nicholas. I fully agree that shipping is quite diverse. Obviously, many people will say, yeah, okay, my industry is also very diverse and complicated. However, also it's a logistical chain. You have a lot of people who have their own say and they enforce it. So even if you want, for example, to take your ship and you want to take it to another place, unless the charterer says so, then you cannot do anything. And I fully agree. And I was about also to mention that collaboration, we are entering actually a phase that shipping, because of other reasons as well, not because of technology, other regulations, we have to bring together different stakeholders and trying new things. I mean, our company is Norwegian, and I bring examples from Norway where, thankfully for them, collaboration is very easy. And they come together, they bring stakeholders together, they bring the state, they bring technology providers, they bring people who want to build ships, people who have ships, and so forth. And they sit down on a table and they simply say, what do we need to do? Do we need an area, for example, to test autonomous vessels? Yes, okay, let's have it. Do we need a transition regulation in order to do it? Let's make it. And I know that globally this is difficult to do, but if you take it in a country, then make it into a region and so forth, then it's, it makes easier pushing a wall. It makes it this bit a little bit easier. And my final comment, and I'll leave it there, sorry it takes so much time, is basically that it will come also into shipping, but because we have the complexity, because we have so many stakeholders, it will come in different levels, in different areas of this chain, into different stakeholders, until basically it spreads out, which means it will take a lot of time, but I don't see it any other way making it faster the way things are today.
Wonderful. So any closing statements or one from each of you, if you would like to? And I'm sure that this is just the beginning of a discussion. I had the impression from the one-to-one talks that we had that we could easily have at least 3 or 4 hours and we would still be in an introductory part, and all of it would be quite relevant. So anyway, for our audience too, feel free also to engage with the speakers, and for the speakers with one another to do so. And tell us your sort of last impression from this short yet intense panel. What do you think? Jorgo,
okay, I can start.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it was quite interesting because probably we could stay here another 3 more hours, right, discussing about the complexity of the shippings, right, industry. I think the last comments, right, from Nicholas were very clear, right? There are so many stakeholders, right, that we need at some point to make some standardizations, right? We need to increase the collaboration, right? And it's complex, right? Because some of the people we have to collaborate with could also be competitors, right? But I think it's key, right? That collaboration is key. The data that could come from those collaborations, from connecting ports together, right? To what Nicola said, right? About how can avoid sending a vessel to a port that is congested. Those are key. Looking forward future conversations with the panelists and with you, Nicholas. Thanks a lot for the invitation.
You're most welcome, Arturo. So who would like to continue? Yes.
For my point of view, I would like to say that we are the beginning of the implementation of AI in shipping, and I think that this should be done step by step and not go directly to full autonomous vessels, but to check what the shipping companies they want to solve. Do they have any problem to solve? If yes, then to utilize AI to solve this problem in order the benefits of this technology to be more than the cost of this technology. With this way, we can, let's say, have the owners to participate to this technology and to their vessels.
George, Nicola?
Yeah, quick comment basically on what we said. AI, yes, it has come into shipping. I see that basically will continue to be a support for different decision making, either that's the office or even that's on board the ship. That will also lead into being able to handle bigger amounts of data, so better decisions and faster decisions will be made. Having autonomous vessels, it will take a lot of time. Although they are here, there will be a niche market and they will be slowly coming in. And I think collaboration, it's the key word for bringing technology and AI even more into shipping. But we have to be patient. Currently, we are running. So if we say that we are walking and we need to go to space, there's still some space, there's still some way to go.
Wonderful. Nicholas?
Yes, thank you all for a great discussion. Yeah, so I think following up what George said, if we're from walking to going to space, I think we're just barely started jogging now. So I think AI has quite a lot of useful applications in shipping. For the next 10, 15 years, it's probably going to still remain just a decision support tool. So it will make things being just executed faster and more efficiently. But going to full autonomy, whether that's in how you fix a vessel or all the way to how you operate a vessel, I think we're a very, very long way from there. And rightly so. I think we've seen similar advancements in the aviation industry, and planes could land and take off for about 20 years now, but you still have pilots in there. So I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. But still, there is a lot of value to gain through AI, and that would also enable us to collaborate better.
Wonderful. And to close exactly on that note, see, there's not only the bottlenecks that actually happen, in ports or in specific routes and so on. And of course, this might have purely technical or also a mixture of other reasons behind them. I think one of the big problems is the bottleneck between the stakeholders of the ecosystem, the way that it is right now at the national and international level, right? If we're able to use data and information and the right kinds of visibility, as in some cases, not necessarily full visibility between the stakeholders, we can try to think about how much of this game that seems to be a zero-sum game can be turned into a non-zero-sum game. And we can try to make the cases where collaboration that benefits more than one stakeholder becomes, in the end, more beneficial than competition that turns it into much more of a zero-sum thing. And I would really love to see how slowly something like the platform that you were envisioning of much greater connectivity between all the stakeholders will start to take place, and not only offline, but also, I guess, also in real time. And I have the impression that partially as the metaverse is expanding also in the physical world, with expanded digital twins and with other technologies, this will become much more easily feasible. So let's hope that what is viewed as a threat now is not only a great opportunity, but also a great opportunity that will not only help the stakeholders, but in the end will help us create a better world for everyone. Thank you very much for your contributions. It's going to be a great pleasure to be in touch with you and with the audience. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello. Here we are in Capri, the glamorous island in Italy, and we are connected with you. We spent our afternoon in a very interesting symposium with our colleagues, lawyers, but also journalists and experts from different fields, and we are ready to update you about our progress. And I think that Minister Trenta, she is in connection with us. Is Elisabetta ready to make a welcome address to our colleagues?
Okay.
Elisabetta.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. I'm not in Capri, as you can see. They are lucky. Thank you for inviting me. And just to say that the topics we are speaking today, it was very important, and it was in the center of many considerations during my period as Minister of Defense of Italian Republic. Since for those who with the government responsibility, to understand digital transformation is very important in order to be able to better manage them for the well-being of the society. And to understand future trend is important to understand present, and a present that in this moment it's characterized by a new paradigm. And this paradigm is that military component that has always been the driver of technological development, the main driver, today is not. And today government are forced to search for support from technologically advanced companies, especially when we speak about artificial intelligence and machine learning. And when we speak of using this technology, we are especially obliged to ask ourselves if it is ethics to use artificial intelligence in military field, and what is, for example, the level of autonomy of autonomous weapons should be. Autonomous weapons are not a new thing, but the progressive improvement of their capacities in independence, let's say, obliged us to design a complex system of rules of use that can bring together ethics, rights, and security. And this kind of rules should be especially linked to our system of rules. I'm not happy in saying that today, unfortunately, we have to make a clear distinction between our ethics, the one of the democratic states, and their ethics, the ethics that is or non-ethics that is driving, for example, the war in Ukraine. And just as an example, and I know that is not necessary speaking with this assembly, I just want to speak about the international humanitarian law and the necessity of distinguish between combatant and not combatant. So I will leave the floor to the expert. I just want to say hello to everybody and to wish you good success for all these the meetings you have had today. See you and thank you.
Special thanks to Elisabetta, Professor Trenta. Elisabetta has a huge experience because she also a retired officer from the army. She's in the reserve, and she was one of the best minister of defense of Italy in the last decades. And we discussed with Elisabetta specific trait, including the Russian trait, when she was in the Ministry of Defense. And so, in a way, what we are discussing now, including the risk of artificial intelligence as a weapon, is something that is not new. and Elisabetta had a very deep vision. So we are happy to go on further with her, because we need a background to really build a strong vision. So special thanks to Elisabetta, to Professor Trenta, and we'll go on further developing your inputs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye.
I think that Dr. Di Maio, Francesco Di Maio, is ready to connect. I'm asking to the direction if Di Maio is ready. Otherwise, we'll go on with our... Okay, perfect. Francesco, are you online? Francesco? Dr. Di Maio is the Director of Security of the Air Traffic Control Agency in Italy, and he's a very good partner for Capri Campus, not only because he's a great teacher and he has a skill as communicator very, very strong, but when Italy was under attack from cyber criminals, and several ministries and agencies have been violated by the hostiles, only his office, only the Aviation Control Authority, under the coordinament of Dr. Di Maio, was able to stop them. So Di Maio represents in a way a wall, is the man who defended Italy from the hostiles, and he represents the status of art. So we are very happy to discuss some issues linked with artificial intelligence with the first line man, a defensor of Italian safety and security, and considering he's also representing Italy in some NATO panels, he's also defending the entire West. So, Francesco, welcome, and sorry we're a bit late in our schedule.
Yeah, thank you so much. No problem for the delay, and thanks for this opportunity to stay with you and all the audience, addressing some lines about artificial intelligence and use in security. Yes, cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, of course, overlap in a variety of transdisciplinary fields to create smart models for malware categorization, intrusion detection, threat intelligence, sensing, deep learning, and other artificial intelligence technology that can be used in cybersecurity and in other fields, such as critical infrastructure protection and counter social engineering. On the other hand, artificial intelligence model will be exposed to a variety of cyber threats, which interfere with its decision-making, learning, and sampling. To counteract adversarial machine learning, safeguarding machine learning privacy, secure federated learning, etc., artificial intelligence models require cybersecurity defense and protection solutions. Furthermore, the use of artificial intelligence raises very relevant questions regarding the use of advanced tools for defensive and offensive reasons. These issues, which have been examined, I think, in large part during the debate, must also consider aspects of rules of law and relationships between states and ramification of human rights. Elisabetta Trenta just addressed something about that. The war taking place a few steps from our borders requires us to reconsider our defense capabilities in the fifth domain of warfare, looking carefully not only at internal capabilities, but those that are and will be available to military, law enforcement, and intelligence bodies and private operators, but also considering appropriate campaigns to understand the capabilities of potential adversaries to maintain strategic, tactical, and operational advantages. In other words, the lesson learned about our research and development capabilities and the need to play ahead to make our defense effective with the mantra of one step ahead. This also means consolidating the logic of public-private partnership, strengthening international alliances, and developing new models of know-how protection, effectively protecting classified information, and not only considering the commercial value of artificial intelligence products and processes, but also attributing them strategic value. As a final takeaway from this very impressive seminar, I would suggest continuing our in-depth analysis from the different point of view, legal, operational, tactical, including the opportunity to experiment in the appropriate environments the potential of the use of machine learning, artificial intelligence under specific law-based protocols. Thank you for this opportunity, and I hope to meet you again, possibly in Capri and not in my office, of course, and I hope this will be very fruitful for the future. Thank you.
Francesco, thank you so much. You know, Capri is your house, as well as the house of all our friends, including new friends. Capri is a perfect summer school. So when the weather authorizes us to come here and relax, these represent the perfect frame for deep analysis of the issues we are approaching now. Sometimes we need time to better understand, to feel the matters we are involved about. So thank you so much. You're very welcome, as well as the new friends are welcome in Capri. Now, we spent today with Dr. Chiara, he's a neurologist, with Commander Sean Winter, he's a distinguished commander from U.S. Special Forces, and with the lawyers of the Council of the Lawyers of Naples, and some journalists with special experience in war journalism. We discussed the issue of ethics and artificial intelligence. We prepared the statement, and I'm asking to our colleague to read to you the speech we prepared, which is in a way an abstract of our talks. So Benedetta Armellin will please introduce to you our first report.
Yeah, we would like to start saying what is Capri Campus. So Capri Campus is the summer school of the Council of Lawyers and the Council of Journalists. It's considered the Academy of Intelligence and has its mission to train, update, and lift members of the intelligence community, understood as a set of organizations responsible for national security and also selected academics, industrialists, expert consultants in the field, as well as well-distinguished war journalists who live and tell the front line and security challenges. The campus, which also has a laboratory in Olbia on the Costa Smeralda, develops studies and analyses on relevant security issues with some partners. Indeed, with the University of Bergamo, coordinated by Professor Michele Brunelli, we developed seminars on the Russian-Ukraine special war already before the invasion. And with the Italian Industrial Association, we organized seminars focused on the business administration of innovative enterprises. And also with the doctors of La Sapienza University of Rome, led by the neurologist Prof. Massimo Chiara, and the forensic doctor Prof. Susanna Agostini, we developed studies on the SARS-CoV-19 pandemic. And in the end, with Pegasus International University, we launched joint training courses, and abroad has developed synergies with the Southwest State University and with Professor Papadopoulos of San Jose State University, our partner in this important international initiative focused on artificial intelligence. And indeed, to Prof. Periklis Papadopoulos and Dr. Despina Travlou, we would like to express our sincere thanks and congratulations for what has been achieved in the framework of artificial intelligence in action, of which we are proud to be partners. Artificial Intelligence in Action has convened in this meeting many experts who share with the Capri Campus a common DNA. The commitment in the field of environmental safety that has seen many of today's speakers active in recent decades in the frame of the Organization for Environmental Safety, from which also Capri Campus and Twin Sorrento Lab were born. A special greeting goes beyond to Prof. Papadopoulos, also to Mike Penders, Jean Mullard, Dennis Betten, Mario Scaramella, Luigi Alberto Ciavoli Cortelli, and the founders of the ECPP. Today, we deal with artificial intelligence, and this deepening was born in the context of our studies on environmental safety that we would like to imagine connected to specific object of thinking and sentient machines. To study the environment, Prof. Papadopoulos taught us many years ago to imagine the universe, the solar system and the Earth as a unique environment traceable to geometric meshes. And on the grid taught us to run the simulation systems, complex and multiphysics, to experiment, rebuild, understand the parts of the whole and their interdependencies. This approach has proved to be not only very effective and consistent to study and remedy environmental emergencies, but has revealed an infrastructure similar to our human brain, and which run electric discharges or thoughts, evolved and competitive. With neurologists, we study the brain in the same way we learn to approach the terrestrial environment and space. We try to bring everything back to links on which to run flows, neuronal systems that can also be artificially replicated. Today, we are facing a challenge that is different from the study of the environment and different from the study of the brain. The challenge is to confront thinking machines faster than the human brain conscious. As always we have done, we put these studies in the context of security analysis and threat profile. In addition to the United States, also Russia and China, as we know, develop research and build machines to compete with each other and to dominate the world. So we tackle artificial intelligence, so-called strong and machine learning, not only aware that they themselves pose a threat, but that our competitors are challenging us on this field. Well, as maybe some physicists have guessed, explaining that the universe could be artificial, since we find ourselves analyzing it as if it were made of pixels and geometric meshes, and that our brain could be similarly schematized. So we face the study of machines that have become independent intelligences by their programmers and that are starting to be sensitive, empathetic, compassionate, self-referential, competitive and conservative. Numbers, architectures, but also flows of waves of particles, artificial intelligence as all the universe towards its all the subject to quantum physics as well mechanics, and this complicates even more the profile of the threat. Here in Capri, in the Caesar Palace Hotel, the security service of the Russian Federation found traces of a substance, Polonius 210, used to eliminate a dissident colonel whose assassination carried out in London in November 2006 constitutes the first use of a radioactive weapon that used subatomic particles to destroy an enemy. So we have an example of how the counterpart studies quantum physics to attack us. Similarly, we must expect the countries that are now against the democratic West to develop systems of strong artificial intelligence and systems based on quantum physics to annihilate us. Unfortunately, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is not only a laboratory of horrors where machine learning systems are learning the dirty warfare modalities, which include civilians and sacred immune places among the military objectives. Russian artificial intelligence with drones will choose on this base in the future, but we have also witnessed the Russian president's declamation of the new doctrine of the preventive defense strategies. Indeed, as we know, Putin explained to his country that with the hypersonic missiles Sarmat RS-28, Saturn II in NATO code, able to reach places far 10,000 kilometers at the speed of Mach 14, and with systems of artificial intelligence able to choose independently the final objectives, intends to preemptively strike at hostile countries. Artificial intelligence is therefore a terrible reality from the point of view of security, not only because the development of technology does not foresee on the Russian and Chinese sides the limits of democracy, legality, ethics, of which we are talking in the West, but because artificial intelligence is oriented to the almost Darwinian destruction of the enemy. Nuclear power, hypersonic vectors, intelligent machines are now ingredients for a devastating strategic confrontation. But just as the ideals of freedom and democracy, the role of the law and the market have led the West to prevail during the Cold War over the communist blocs, so today a development of democratic and legal artificial intelligence, right, ethical, could provide security to the entire human civilization, because the development of right super entities is the way to a sustainable future. Let us not forget that a technological solution to the evils of the world could come from efficient programs directed by artificial intelligence, where man has failed for incapability, corruption, negligence, selfishness, and that a fast evolution of the preservation of artificial intelligence would possibly lead to sane, conscious machine to choose well-regulated and correct systems compared to barbaric and primitive contests. The challenge, in conclusion, that our panel wants to launch is what is follows. We cultivate ethics, legality, security, and democracy as perimeter of artificial intelligence so that the West can prevail, at least morally, in the high-tech challenge with the East, and because the artificial intelligence itself can sooner or later consciously recognize itself in a more intelligent, efficient, and competitive environment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Benedetta. Benedetta, she's a speaker. She's representing the panel, and we worked hard together to summarize the fact that we are scared. We think that not only enemies can use artificial intelligence against the free world, but one day or another, artificial intelligence itself may represent a big danger. And we have to think about, because even the democratization can represent a tool, a risk. So we have to think about. Capri Campus is focused on intelligence, on safety and security matters. And so you will excuse us if we went deep to analyze the risks. So we are considering artificial intelligence first a threat. So excuse us, but let's also understand the point of view of the representative of Italian Confederation of Companies, Confindustria, has some thematic groups focused on space industry, on innovative services, on cyber and artificial intelligence. And so Engineer Chavoli Cortelli is a distinguished member of Capri Campus. He will address to you a speech which is, we hope, more friendly, is not only describing artificial intelligence as a threat, but also as an opportunity. So please, Bill, it's up to you, the floor.
Thank you, and Kalispera to the Greek side of this forum, and good evening, good afternoon to the United States, California audience. Well, in this forum, we are dealing with present and the future matters on the cutting edge. But let me go back for a moment to the early 70s of the last century. At that time, I worked in the Italian Space Center, the Telespazio company. In that period, we signed an MOU with NASA to acquire and process image data from the first Landsat, which was the first Earth observation satellite for civil applications. Before Landsat, Earth observation satellites were only for military purposes, namely spy satellites, put in orbit by Soviet Union and United States. At the time, we basically were still in the era of photo interpreter. In fact, the basic tool to analyze Earth observation image data, process them and derive information was the human eye-brain system. But the huge amount of data sent by Earth observation satellites and the need to analyze and process them in a timely manner created the use of computer processing and then the development of computerized vision. And the aim of computerized vision is to develop algorithms capable of replying autonomously to the question, what can you see, what you see? And it is clear that already we are dealing with machine learning at that time. Let's now jump to the beginning of the second millennium, when there was a massive resurgence of social phenomena like antagonist movements and terrorism. Setting aside excessive expectations in the automation of all the defense and security mechanisms, the availability of a big amount of data from many different sources, and the improvement of computational capability, together with artificial intelligence tools like network analysis, data mining, machine learning, and deep learning, give an effective contribution to face threat to security and to the intelligence activity, and this mainly after the famous, unfortunately famous, 11/9. Many Italian companies, by the way, many Italian companies associated to Confindustria through Confindustria Advanced and Technological Services and the Association of Enterprises for Applications Based on Space Technology, were and are active in that, in that context with their knowledge, product, and services. At this point, I would like to pose a couple of considerations that I would like them to have also the opinion of Mario and the other participants. In general, artificial intelligence will bring about profound changes, not only for nations, countries, but inevitably also for the world order, as private entities can conduct experiments on artificial intelligence and use them against countries, nations, governments. Another point, another consideration about the theme of the forum. Democracy is transparency. Democracy can't exist without transparency. And this poses sometimes a problem of conflict, not only with the need of secrecy or confidentiality, but also with the artificial intelligence using deep learning, as it's not always possible to enter into the autonomous deep process to understand or control it. The last consideration is about the fact that critical decisions can be made with the powerful support of artificial intelligence, but maybe final decisions should, in some cases, be prerogative of the human being. Even in the activity of intelligence, the presence and contribution of human being is needed. Mainly, I think, also the field operation at the end of the story. And so I would like, mainly on this last point, the Mario opinion or other opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Ciavoli Cortelli, for your speech. very interesting to remind that you and your team started to use artificial intelligence some decades ago. So intelligence imagery, so the analysis of pictures from the space, started to use artificial intelligence since the 70s, the 80s, and so on. So it's very interesting to see the development of artificial intelligence. So the interpretation of imagery was one of the main area of intelligence in the past. And your provocation is very interesting because transparency is the base for ethics and for the rule of law and for so what we are discussing now. And generally, intelligence doesn't mean transparency, because intelligent is not only someone working in good faith, but intelligence is also, in a way, the dark side of our state. Let's give the floor to our colleague, Maria Rosaria Magliulo. She's a smart lawyer of the Council of Lawyers of Naples. She's working as a professor at our Capri campus, and she prepared her own speech about the rule of the law. So please, Maria Rosaria, can you address to our guests a few words on that?
Thank you, Mario. Hello, everybody. The criminal liability of machine is a very complex issue. If a machine commits a crime, can it be considered guilty? Our legislation does not consider that a machine can commit a crime, so who is responsible? In case of a non-intelligent machine, the person responsible for the crime committed is the one who uses it. The machine is just a tool for committing the crime, like a gun or a knife. But if the machine is intelligent, who is responsible? If it commits a crime without human intervention, we cannot consider responsible the man that is just watching what the machine is doing, because maybe it cannot block the action of the intelligent machine. We can imagine a robot or a drone that, using facial recognition, decides to kill someone. Who is the killer? Certainly, we must await the intervention of the legislator, because for the first time we are facing such a problem. The machine cannot be considered a center of indictment. Just as today it is not a bearer of rights, it can be assumed that the person responsible is the programmer, the one who developed the algorithm. But this generates another problem. If the actions of the machine are not predictable, how the programmer can control them? It will probably be appropriate for the law to protect the community by establishing that in any case it is up to the programmer to control the machine, making it safe and predictable, the addiction of this machine. He has to be responsible, because if he is not, we will have a crime without a criminal. He has to be responsible for any action of his machine. Another option is to establish that there is a need for a controller, like a guardian, as is the law for the minors. This controller is responsible for the action of the machine, and he has to control that it doesn't commit crimes. The controller has to be an engineer, a physicist, or any other expert in the field of artificial intelligence. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Maria Rosaria. We appreciate your statement, and of course, we are trying to develop some interdisciplinary approaches to that matter. Capri Campus is made by lawyers, and the rule of law is, of course, at the center of our analysis. So your analysis is deep. I think we have to go on in next months to try to evaluate all the different scenarios. So you're welcome to continue your efforts at our Capri Campus. We know you are very involved in your PhD on criminal law, and so thank you for your contribution. We appreciate it. We also developed with our colleagues some further discussion focused not really on the rule of the law, but on the opposite, on the rule of the intelligence, considered as the dark side of the system. So we prepared the document, and we want to discuss with you. And of course, in any moment, you are welcome from San Jose and from Athens to take the floor and contribute. And so we'll start to read what we prepared today, our panel developed today, under the coordinament of our coordinator, the lawyer Sergio Falcone. And we prepared an interdisciplinary analysis focused on the role of law, but also on the role of intelligence, which sometimes has to force, has to squeeze, has to press the law in the supreme interest of the state. So can I ask to Benedetta to go on further with the second statement our panel prepared?
Surely. In this school, we study intelligence, therefore also aspects that are not legal, unethical, not very democratic of the country's public life. The English term intelligence is universally adopted to indicate the military political discipline related to the defense of the fundamental interests of the state. In its multiple meanings, it is to indicate aspects of safety within the internal or aspects of the internal security under the profile of strictly informative production or analysis or of connected special operations, both legal and clandestine. In a general sense, the broad subject matter includes the bureaucracy responsible for the administration of state secrets, the archives of classified material, the entire chain of equipment involved in the collection, analysis, logistics, communications, operation, legal support, coordination, internal disciplinary control, political direction, and ordinary parliamentary control or investigation of the national security sector. It is never correct speaking of international intelligence, because security is an expression of the sovereignty of every single country in comparison with that of other members of the regional or global community, even where there are organizations and associations between states. There is only the security of the sovereign state in opposition to that of other states. Intelligence is an expression of sovereignty and a parameter of the level of control that a government has over its territory and its fundamental interests. So much premised from the conceptual and ontological point of view, we must highlight the simplification whereby intelligence is commonly associated with the idea of logical play and represented iconic by the board to indicate the opposing parts standard deployment of various means into the interdependencies and correlations between moves and actions that need strategies and tactics for the achievement of the result, which is that of the ritual, full and formal victory over the opponent. Although the powerful and evocative metaphor has well represented discipline in the collective imagination, the simplification must be from the political intelligence in ancient Greece to the artificial intelligence of the near future. The world has always witnessed chess games where players are multiple and not just two, where the rules are written to be violated and not respected, where the real sides are not the ones that appear. It would perhaps be to describe the activity of the intelligence at a table on which you play chess elegantly, while under the counter you throw brutal kicks, you throw cheat, exchange money, get your hands dirty. Here lies intelligence, the need to overpower the other or the others without recourse to pure action, evaluation, dissimulation. The game that is played for national security is therefore the one, or not only that, of the military parade, in which you virtually show the strength or the battle in which militarily you conquer a physical or political space, or diplomacy in which the protocol of bilateral or multilateral relations establishes and regulates relations between public subjects, is instead that of espionage and manipulation of individuals and masses, false ideological and material and blackmail, corruption and threat, murder and terrorism, economic and technological competition, propaganda, and all the other things it is not, for purposes of misinformation. I give the floor to my colleague Maria Rosaria.
Let's just see if someone, Sergio, wants to take the floor. The point is that our panel today discussed that intelligence is not a clean working environment. So intelligence has to consider all the things Benedetta described, including the use of terrorists, the use of manipulation, of dirt propaganda, of blackmailing. So intelligence is the dark side of the state. And of course, we're not only speaking about our free world, where intelligence is under control. We describe it as a part of intelligence, also the parliamentary control or the government control on intelligence. And so, in a way, the democratization of the special activities. But we're also discussing about China, about Russia. And now what we know is that other countries, and of course there are also other bastard countries, are using intelligence without rules. And so artificial intelligence in their hands will probably not something clean, not something transparent, not something to be handled in good faith. So once again, our panel said, we are scared. We want to discuss the risk related with artificial intelligence use by hostile countries. So I think that we can go on with with this speech. And please, Maria Rosaria, can you go on further?
So, what is intelligence? Perhaps we could define it as the sphere of the complex and involved intellectual and operational abilities of man, understood as an individual or as a genre, that, especially in case of need determined by insecurity, it succeeds in excelling and imposing itself competitively on others. In terms of solving problems, processing the brain, the individual or the state arrive to solve the emergency that presents itself. Intelligence is the solution to serious insecurity. Intelligence is asymmetric, flexible, dynamic. Otherwise, it would not be intelligent. So, the shield that defends the state from enemy aggression, internal and external, in the immaterial attitude of its own articulation to put itself consistently, logically, toward challenges. More than armies, the researchers, the institutional apparatus itself? No and yes, that is, the profile of the defense must be equal and superior to that of the threat, and this is obtained by the sum of objective elements, such as the available force or an economical and technological research in addition to the same culture, discipline and heritage, the beautiful materials and the intangibles of the nation, but the extra quid that allows you to coordinate all researches and deploy them not only strategically, visionary, but also winning, is the intelligence of the state. This brings us back to the metaphor of the game of chess, where the two standards players are the United States of America and Russia. But there is the pose, and the other pieces are many other countries, different in weight and role, but basically line up, but their other ends intervene to move moves, and especially where the official rules are often disregarded. The free country, in violating the rules, will therefore have an important advantage who is allowed to blackmail, kill, use the mafia method, will have wide immunity from the jurisdiction, and of course means will be able to impose themselves on the most correct. But otherwise, loss of presses, honor, respect, international and even internal, where there was a free community and public opinion. For this reason, human intelligence has been substantially abandoned by the great straighters player because in the comparison between human pose in losing, little emancipated and therefore at risk, even that your bishop or queen can change color. For this reason, the line, the commit, the decision, the electronic intelligence of signals communication, and then the MISIT for the telemetric measurement, the imagined for the aerial image, all objective research that is not polluted by human factor. The future is undoubtedly. Increasingly, in electronic intelligence, it needs extreme derivation of artificial intelligence, where the collection and cataloging of infinite amounts of data, useful then to predict, analyze, profile everything and everyone. It depends on the basics of algorithms set by programmers, but that then navigate like the ship sunk in Homer in the Iliad. The one from Corfu explored the sea without pilot and without humans on board. Autonomous decision, but with infinite abilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Rosaria. So we are quoting Despina vision, Dr. Trevo vision, when she described us this idea of a conference about artificial intelligence. She quoted Homer and the Iliad, in which a ship without pilots is described coming from Corfu, and so doing the same that humans are able to do, but without pilots. This is very suggestive images. So with these images, we want to conclude our session, because we need more than a panel. We need to go on further. We need to discuss with all of you the potential limits of intelligence and potential limits of artificial intelligence, which in a way is the near future, the near superpower future of intelligence. And so we agree that we need to build a perimeter. The perimeter is made by rules, by the rule of laws, by ethics, by a moral approach to all that matters. Security itself is a perimeter for artificial intelligence. And we know that the enemies will not invest in ethics and in the democracy. Maybe we'll be alone, but we must invest in transparency, rule of law, and what we already discussed. Otherwise, Middle Age, a new Middle Age, is very near. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for the participants to our panel, in particular Commander Sean Winter and Massimo Farina, Professor Farina from the University of Cagliari. We will present some few slides he sent to us to describe the forensic laboratory they established at the University of Cagliari. We thank Professor Brunelli and the doctors from University La Sapienza, especially the neurologists, because we want to better understand the potentials of artificial intelligence, studying neuronal networks, and neurologists will explain us how to approach. And so thank you, everybody. We'll go on further. Special thanks to our spokespersons. They represent the glamorous Capri. And once again, you are all very welcome here at Capri Campus for next steps. Thank you, Despina. Here we are if you want to introduce other speakers or discussants.
Thank you, glamorous Capri Campus, as you so rightly said. You quoted Homer, you quoted Corfu, you quoted so many considerations that really have a very, very practical significance in our everyday life, in society's everyday life. At the end of the day, artificial intelligence should be about bettering society and bettering our lives. And this is what Day 2 has tried to accomplish. That is to go from a more theoretical approach on things, to show the practical dimensions, and to show what the potential pitfalls and risks are, and how it is that artificial intelligence can grow while safeguarding the basic ingredient of mankind, which is humanity. And this is what the goal is moving forward. Despina.
Yes, I will conclude the way I began in this second day, that we have to keep artificial intelligence intelligently artificial, in the service of human beings and for bettering our lives. And in that sense, tomorrow we have another day ahead of us. Most part of the day, of the third day of the conference, will be devoted to space as a service. We have a very large session, what space can do for us, space as a service, and then we will go to financing, decentralized financing. So stay tuned. We are waiting for you again to join us tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Take care.